So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of our economics conference organized jointly by the Bank of Lithuania, Lietuvos bankas, and the Competitiveness Network, CompNet, on productivity, convergence, and competitiveness in Europe with a specific focus on small open economies. Yesterday, we already had a full day, well, half a day actually, but it felt like a full day full of nice, insightful discussions, presentations, fantastic keynote lecture, and today we are continuing. So first, for today, I would like to invite the governor of the board of Bank of Lithuania, Lietuvos bankas, Mr. Gediminas Šimkus, for opening remarks.
So thank you, Aurelia, and welcome to everyone. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be here. My apologies, I have not been taking part yesterday, but I was briefed pretty well, and I will refer in my opening remarks about yesterday's discussions. So, as I started, so now it's a bit awkward to read, but distinguished guests, dear colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And this is already the ninth time. This has been a ninth annual economic conference organized by the Bank of Lithuania, and ninth time we are gathering in Vilnius to discuss most acute economic issues. And event last year was dedicated to the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the euro introduction in Lithuania. We discussed how euro, the second most important country internationally, can and does act as a shield, increasing European economy's resilience against external shocks. And we see that protection, which is provided by the shield, is in high demand, and the monetary union is expanding. And we know that we are welcoming Bulgaria to join the euro area since starting next year. But we also learned one important thing, that monetary integration is not enough. In the economic and monetary union, which we quickly abbreviate EMU, we need both monetary and economic integration. And today's conference I see as a continuation of what we discussed last year. The difference is that today we focus on small and open economies, a group of countries whose definition is a context-dependent matter. For instance, Lithuania is a small and open economy, as Moldova do, and probably many other countries from which we are coming from. And especially we are small if we consider what are their shares compared to the GDP or to the United States, the economy of the United States. But what matters more is the way we think about small economies. Too often, label small, therefore I don't like it. I typically say compact, but okay, small. The label small may carry the idea of certain weakness or a disadvantage when compared to larger countries, at least implicitly. And we know that small economies import foreign monetary policy or take global prices as given. Openness may also mean vulnerability to foreign shocks and little or costly control of their own macroeconomic stability. And we can go on and go on. But if the thing that way, I disagree. Because it's just one side of the coin. And it's not this way of thinking nuanced enough. Being small implies agility. And this feature is essential if we want growth and productivity not to be derailed, especially when we have such a rapidly changing world, technologically, geopolitically, in any other way you can think. So, dear guest, small open economies in our region have experienced rapid growth, rising competitiveness, and sustained gains in productivity since joining the European Union. in Lithuania, we are undergoing an economic transformation, moving steadily towards a more capital-intensive and knowledge-driven economy. And this progress has been powered, of course, by inflows of foreign investment and by deep economic integration more broadly. But that's not all. Very important and often overlooked reason for our prolonged growth is the ability to quickly adapt to a newly unfolding environments. And as we're saying, agility. So for instance, some instances. So we were quick to respond to the dire consequences of the global financial crisis, and Lithuania was among the first in the EU to adopt measures preventing debt-driven overheating. You want more recent examples? So during the pandemic, Lithuanian manufacturers leveraged their flexibility, leaning on just-in-time productions to adjust swiftly to changing circumstances. And instead of facing structural slump, currently industrial production is about a quarter higher compared to the pre-pandemic levels. We also faced a huge shock when brutal invasion of Ukraine caused a surge in energy prices. But again, accelerated investments in renewable energy have put us on the firm path toward greater energy self-reliance. In the second quarter of this year, Lithuania produced almost all of its electricity needs from domestic resources. 7 years ago, 70% of electricity consumed was imported. And distinguished audience will know that agility is not given. It's not automatic outcome of being a small economy. Many small economies remain trapped at the same level of development for a prolonged period of time or struggle implementing needed reforms. And with this in mind, I would like to turn my remarks to key enablers of such flexibility or agility, as you wish. And this is not an exhaustive list. I just chose or pick up 3. First, inclusive and competent institutions. Second, human capital. And third, common market and ability to think beyond internal markets or borders. So turning to inclusive and competent institutions, Nobel Prize in Economics last year was acknowledgement that institutions are primary drivers of economic growth and productivity. They are mechanisms determining economic incentives and constraints in case the incentives and constraints. And in case the incentives are shaped in an inclusive way, then nations prosper. When extractive is the case, they fail. And let me explain. Inclusive institutions create opportunities by empowering many, ensuring broad access to markets, education, protecting property rights. Extractive institutions, by contrast, concentrate resources and decision-making in the hands of a few, suppressing innovation and discouraging investment. And I need to say that in Lithuania, we experienced both inclusive and extractive. So we were forced to live under the set of extractive institutions for quite a long time. But since the 90s, we've chosen to adopt an inclusive structure. The difference is very visible, and not only just by looking into indicators, but simply looking through the window. You don't look there, but but if you look, and I think it's visible in very literal sense, the change. In Lithuania, external factors such as membership in the EU, NATO, Euro area, and OECD were pivotal in building inclusive institutions, and they set commitments that steered reforms and deterred backsliding. So distinctions between inclusive and extractive institutions is fundamental, but it's not sufficient condition. For countries to remain adaptable in a rapidly changing economic environment, the governmental bodies must be forward-looking and as it was discussed in a research paper yesterday, governments also need the ability to implement reforms swiftly. For example, those that create conditions for labor to move toward the most productive sectors. In this respect, small open economies typically enjoy an advantage. With leaner bureaucracies and closer links between decision makers, they are often able to act more quickly and decisively. Second reason enabling agility of small open economies is the human capital. Economic literature is very clear on this, and the quality of human capital measured by actual skills such as literacy, numeracy, problem solving has a powerful impact on productivity and prosperity. So the policy message is very clear. Investing in high quality education and lifelong skill development is not just a social good. It's one of the most effective levers for sustained economic growth. We know, sometimes people say problem is a challenge, but I think this is a problem. More problem than an opportunity. So that the returns of such investments into human capital, they are not immediate. It takes years and years to get them. So therefore, the extent and sustainability of a country's investment in human capital depends on how attractive this is relative to other forms of investment. And I would argue that small economies have structurally stronger incentives to invest in human capital. And if you asked me why, I would answer you that simply because very often it's the only resource the small and open economies truly possess. It's human capital. And third enabler is common market and ability to think beyond internal markets. Mario Draghi, Enrico Letta, this is the names. And actually our annual conference of last year. So all those things led to the same policy conclusions. If we are to address the EU's productivity challenge, deeper single market holds the key. And the line of argument also featured in the discussions yesterday. But yet common market remains fragmented. And I will refer now to the financial sector being from central bank. So in financial services, for example, IMF calculated tariff equivalent barriers to internal trade could stand at nearly 100%. So this disproportionately hurts small open economies. We may ask you discussion, is it 100 or maybe 80% tariff equivalent? It doesn't matter. It exists. And even though the regulation for financial institutions is harmonized in many respects across the EU, relevant national specificities such as insolvency laws also play a role. And the lack of a large domestic market is a structural disadvantage for small economies. And as a result, businesses very often in those countries have no other choice just to think beyond, like from the very start, from the very inception, to think beyond their borders. Think about global markets, or in other words, thinking big. An example, Lithuania's exporters have repeatedly shown the ability to adjust after shocks, rapidly bursting into new markets and adapting business models to changing global conditions. And I believe that today, when tomorrow's challenges are so uncertain, these qualities matter more than ever. So, ladies and gentlemen, the success of small open economies rested for years on global stability, rule-based regimes, and reliable international institutions. Today, these tailwinds are turning into headwinds. Geopolitical risks are rising, and the very foundations of the international system are being tested. In this context, investing in defense and reinforcing our security alliances is not an option. It's essential. History also reminds us that geopolitical necessity can give rise to economic opportunities. During the Cold War, the United States responded to external threats by investing heavily in defense. And what began as a military imperative soon became an engine of innovation and productivity. Internet, GPS, personal computers, laser technologies, all grew out of a defense efforts, demonstrating how security policy can fuel economic progress. And Europe today faces its moment of necessity. Concerns about defense can not only strengthen security, but also provide an impulse for more strategic and common action. Joint defense procurement, joint borrowing for defense, common investment into strategically important projects. These are not just examples of common actions. They show how defense concerns can reduce European fragmentation, and this could by itself provide a powerful boost to European productivity growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Now, next on our agenda is the Policy Panel 1. So I would like to invite Jose Garcia Luzao, Bank of Lithuania, who will be the moderator of this discussion. And then, probably in the order you could take the seats, Professor Erik Bartelsman, then Dr. Deborah Voltella, please, and then Rolf Strauch, please.
Does it work? Okay, thank you, Aurelio. Thank you, Governor, for the opening speech, and thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm actually very excited for chairing this session because I think yesterday we opened a lot of questions that perhaps were not deeply answered, and I think today we're going to be able also to touch upon those issues in more detail. The panel, I think the title is not here, so we're going to be talking about competitiveness and productivity developments in Europe, and I would say in Europe after 1 year of Draghi's report. And I would say that the challenges or the stakes are higher nowadays because we should not only think about boosting productivity. Europe has some ideals that requires also to think about how inclusive this growth needs to be. But also we are facing defense needs that, budgets are not infinite and we need to decide where to channel the funds. So I think today I'm very happy to be joined by these distinguished guests because they only not bring a lot of experience or a wealth of experience, I would say, but also expertise on very different topics that I think is going to help us to understand a bit better what are the challenges and what can be the policies to solve these challenges. So we're going to be touching these productivity growth needs, investment needs, integration needs from different angles. We're going to be looking at business dynamism, investment and innovation, capital market integration, I would say, or needs for different policies. And so join me again to welcome Erik Bartelsman. I'm going to say it in English, the Vrije University of Amsterdam, Professor of Economics, Erika Revoltella, Chief Economist of the European Investment Bank, and Rolf Strauch, I hope I pronounced it well, Chief Economist and Management Board Member of the European Stability Mechanism. So thank you again for being here today. And I'm going to start and get concrete, but I'm going to be a bit unfair. So I'm going to ask a quite broad question, and I'm going to expect a quite short answer, okay? So perhaps I'm going to start with you, Erik, if you're okay. And I'm going to ask you, what do you see as the main barriers or what is holding back Europe nowadays?
So the interesting thing about this growth is actually at this conference is seeing the way that the academic community has worked for the last 30 years is now really front and foremost in the minds of the policymakers about what it takes to have innovation and growth. And it really is resulting from an economy filled with heterogeneous firms that are struggling and enjoying and doing the best they can to innovate and to make a good life for themselves. And in the meantime, the policymakers need to provide an environment to channel that so that effort and that energy goes in a direction that society needs. So, I'm glad to see that policymakers are thinking about how can you create the conditions to let this magic engine of growth take place. I guess the academics are happy that we chose the word heterogeneity instead of diversity, because of firms. Your grants would have been cut. But we talk about heterogeneity, and what it means is you let firms do their own things that they're good at. They take the risks of the things they enjoy, and policymakers should take away the risks that they don't know how to manage. And so, in short, it's scalability. With intangible investments, firms win and get profit by scaling up, and the big policy problem in the EU is that it's hard for firms to gain the scale if their innovation is successful. There are different rules for labor markets, there are different rules for product markets, there are different ways to get capital, there are different, it's just too hard to scale up an idea here and win. So therefore, you'll take your idea and scale it up elsewhere where it's easier. And I think that's, in a nutshell, what I think the problem is.
I mean, you touch upon investment, so maybe the next one should be Deborah giving her view. So
I think it's a big question, and I will try to give a short answer, but it's challenging. So I start saying that I fully agree with what you say. I think it's really the beauty of the Draghi and Letta report was to bring most of what as academics and as economists we have always been looking at as the priority for Europe, to bring it in the policy agenda. So that's the beauty of what we have seen with the reports last year. And I think the leitmotif is investment, innovation, and then the two key words are integration and simplification. And I think simplification is a strange word. When I talk to the economists in my team and they say, you have to look on simplification, at the beginning they were saying, that's a buzzword, that doesn't mean anything. But actually it's something that is quite important, because it's what as economists we call structural reform, but it goes very granular, and it's something that it's quite important. But so this was where the priority coming from last year discussions. But I think the challenge is that 1 year has passed, and the 1 year is not an eventful year. And I think what we see today, and I hope I'm wrong, but my concern is that we are in a moment of deep long-term structural shift. We don't see yet the effect that much on the economy, and we are not sure really what will happen, both in terms of the peace dividend, of the globalization dividend that we have. We don't know what the outcome will be, but we know that we are, I think, a moment of no return, and things will change. And with this change, I think it's very important to keep agility. So far, so good. So far, we don't see that much. We don't see on the economy. We don't see on structural transformation. Things are going better than what we saw just a few months ago. But keeping agility is extremely important. And it's extremely important to keep agility, but also to deliver on all these Draghi and Letta report as we have been discussed so far. For me, the most important thing, and if you see what Europe should really focus today, is speed of action and always putting Europe first. I think that's number one. We have an opportunity, if you want, in the discussion. It's a very bureaucrat European, but the discussion on the multi-annual financial framework, how you redirect the public sector resources at the European level toward the needs that we have at the European level. So this shift is extremely important, and is going to be the matter of battle among member states for the next period. And then the point on simplification that I was mentioning before is nitty-gritty, but it can make the difference in many cases.
Thank you, Deborah. So perhaps, Rolf, you want to share your view?
I think from my perspective, the governor put really the finger right into it, what is the core of it. I mean, in global terms, European countries are all small. And you can be small but strong. And you're strong when you're well connected. And here I think is where this European idea that the whole is more than its parts really holds. As Eric said, it's a lot about heterogeneity, diversity. So building on the heterogeneity, diversity that we have in Europe, where each country can bring some strengths and make a contribution, at the same time benefit from the whole. And that is, I think, what is needed most is kind of this consciousness that you can do it if you don't stick to kind of national prerogatives, but you go and seize the opportunities of being integrated and creating those connections and strengthening the connections. And that is where I think where the biggest benefits are that we can reap at this moment, that I would say to start.
Thank you. So I think you make it very easy for me to start answering more specific questions and perhaps be a bit less unfair. So perhaps I can move to you again, Eric. And you mentioned heterogeneity, and at the end of the day, heterogeneity comes from firms and the ability to adapt, to grow, to expand. So why, or if you can say for this broad audience, why firms are so important, especially this dynamism and ability to adapt and to adopt technology, and in particular, how do you see the European regulations that may be limiting their ability to do so?
Okay. So let me start. I really like the Draghi report. I actually read many of the hundreds of pages, and especially in the area that I know about, the innovation area. The stuff closest to what I do, I found it very strong. I'm not sure I liked the introduction, which was politically needed to put some haste behind it. And the haste said, we're falling behind the US. Now, I think right now that's a hard political sell. I don't think we should be emulating the US, especially in the inclusiveness and diversity and sustainability areas. I think we have a lot more to offer our society than what's being shown by productivity growth. So the lag from the US. That said, productivity growth really is the key, because productivity growth, simple Econ 101, it moves outwards the productivity, the production possibilities frontier, which lets you tackle different problems. And I think that should be a key message to the population, that this is not about growth, because a lot of people are wary about too much growth. It's what's creating our problems. Instead, we should say we need to move to a future that can be better for all of us and give us political choices that improve society. So I think the messaging on that needs to get better to sell the message. I think just pure growth isn't going to do it. Yet productivity growth is important. It comes from the heterogeneity of firms trying things in a market, getting new ideas, putting new combinations together, trying disrupt old markets. So heterogeneity and diversity in firms is good. Heterogeneity and diversity in regulations is not good. It's actually a terrible idea. So I saw a policy piece already 25 years old about regulations in the service industries in Europe. And they showed, at the time, I think it was 22, or I don't know the exact number back then when the report was written, different regulations. And they even surmised that if you took the worst of each country's regulation palette and you put the worst together in just a terrible, terrible policy set, but you had one in Europe, it would probably still improve productivity, because the firms know what's going on, right? They know this is the regulatory environment, these are the rules. When you change the goalpost in soccer, as long as everyone knows it, it's going to work. So, our thing really shouldn't be, let's get the perfect rules, because you'll never agree with 27 countries. It says, let's set up rules that we like. So I think that's that's simplification. And so I kind of like the term simplification. In preparation this morning, I asked ChatGPT what a policy measure would be, and they said simplification. So, you're famous. Okay. So you're already winning hearts and minds.
We had it in our actually flagship report last year, and everybody is now using it.
So basically, I think we're moving forward on labor protection. We've got to move in the capital markets. We've got to move in the banking union. We've got to move in services stability, and then silly stuff like the rules on car dealerships that are protecting. We should not, that fragment the European market. The rules that fragment retail sales. It makes no sense. So, simplification and unification of rules, yet keep the diversity of the things that subsidiarity should say belong to a nation.
So thank you. I guess we are coming back to Deborah because you are pointing at the simplification. I mean, firms need simplification to be able to be disruptive, to try new things, to grow, to boost productivity. But I think investors also need this simplification, and perhaps we can move a bit to investment. And I would like to ask you, where do you see we are after 1 year after Draghi report? Where do you think that the gaps are still there that are limiting innovation and productivity? And perhaps also to touch a bit upon small open economies, if you think that there is some difference, or we should worry about this difference, even if we already mentioned that perhaps all Europe is small individually compared to any other country or global player.
I think on the investment side, we all know the coming up, the bottom up coming up of a big number of investment, and I think that stays. We know roughly how much we need to invest. But again, I think 1 year after, we know that defense is big and defense is a priority, and I think I don't have to explain it here in Lithuania. It's more difficult in other side of Europe. In other areas that are away from borders, it's actually more challenging to make a compelling case also for defense spending, European defense spending, and coordinated one. But I think it's the new top priority, if you want now. Related to that is also the energy market transformation, and I think we are building a new narrative for what is important on the energy market transformation, and it's partly related to energy security and the green transition, so part of the story, but also the realization, and we have a nice paper presented actually on the poster outside, looking at the competitiveness of firms and how price of energy is influencing also the energy choices, but that requires a transformation of the energy market, and at European level, that's really something that we have to think more European. The innovation part we were mentioning before, I think there is a very by now a common recognition that there are many things related to innovation, but there is also one part of the innovation that is missing is looking at the scale-up firm and how to finance a firm at a certain stage of their growth, where at the end we don't have instrument at the European level, both on the fund side or on direct financing side for supporting this firm when they get to a certain size. So if you think these are top priority, but there is also one element that actually you were just now mentioning, the social investment side, and that's a bit it's hard to say because you have a huge investment needs and then you have to take out from somewhere. But it's also true that we are living in more and more polarized economies, so you cannot really take it out too much also from the social side. And that's where the balance becomes very, very difficult for politicians and policymakers. Where do we stand in terms of investment? I think the strange thing, and that's what I was saying, that maybe we don't see all the pressure coming up yet. In terms of investment, if you look at the data, and we all know they come up a bit late, the data on investment, but at the European level, if you exclude Ireland, that is always messing up European data big time. But if you exclude that, public investment is holding. Why is it holding? RRF and the EU structural funds that at the end continue affecting a lot in many countries. So for now, we don't see the pressure yet on public investment. Most probably we will not see next year. Then let's see. Then I think it will become more complex how you continue to finance on the public investment side. And there fiscal constraint will be really having an impact. And we all know that in the moment in which government have to choose a public investment is one of the elements where they tend to cut. what is interesting is also what's public investment, but then what's happening to private investment. And one element is that at the European level, actually, there is a lot of public support to private investment that is taking place. Actually, we have a survey where we ask firms also how much public support they receive. We see that some 16% of firms that invest, they actually receive public support for the investment. It's interesting because in our analysis it comes out that this public support is much more effective when it's targeted and when it's done European level. And I think the European level is important because it calls back to the point of the single market. So when you intervene with instrument for direct support to firms, and you do it at the national level, you create an inefficiency in the market. And then inefficiency in the market, it's fragmenting even more the European single market. But if the policy support is European designed, you have less of this inefficiency. So we strongly claim, and not only because we are a European institution, but we strongly claim that when policy support is designed, it should be targeted to the policy objective, innovation, climate action, etc. It's much more effective, and then design European level. And then the last point, so talking about investment, public investment holding, the support to private investment should be targeted and European. What is happening to private investment, and here as well, it's interesting. What we see, and we have this survey that I was mentioning, we actually will launch it in 2 weeks, but I tell you a little bit of what we see already. What we see is that European firms somehow manage the shock. So they are not too pessimistic, they are negative, but somehow the investment outlook is stable compared to the past. What is happening is that they show that they remain committed more than US firms to efficient value chain. So they have adjusted, but they don't retrench from trade. They don't retrench completely from import. They try to have more stable value chains. They keep focus on the green transition, so that's something good at European level. Also because, and I was mentioning before, for European firm, energy efficiency it's part of a competitiveness story, given the situation that we have on the energy market. So it's part of competitiveness remaining associated to the net zero transition. And then the last point is that we see that actually there is a take-up of digitalization and artificial intelligence, which is good, but the European firms have to learn how to fully exploit the benefit. So on the private sector side, we see still things moving, but I go back to my main point at the beginning. We need to factor in the situation that the long term is really uncertain. There may be major shocks coming, a major shift coming actually. They are not priced in, so there can be shocks. And we will need a lot of agility. And the last point is we will need to be integrated and work as European to mean something. And again, from our survey, maybe it's a confirmation of the importance of this fragmentation of the single market. We ask a firm if when they export to another EU country, they face barriers due to regulation, standard, etc. And 60–70% say yes. And firms in small countries are very concerned. Why? Because I think the firms in big countries, maybe the bigger countries manage the better politically how to behave in a more fragmented market. The small countries really face more the shock. And
that's a good point. I think there are two things that are popping up. We probably need to come back to firms and why they are not adopting technology or what they need to scale. But I think there is also a common issue here is integration. We are talking a lot about European, but at the end of the day, maybe we are missing the full integration, or the single market is still too fragmented. So perhaps, Rolf, you could add something on how this lack of full integration or the lack of capital market integration is also holding back investment and is also perhaps affecting the ability of firms to disrupt.
No, sure, and happy to talk about capital markets also, because ESM as a crisis mechanism, we are much on the capital market, like on the buy side and sell side. But before going there, I think one of the beauties of this conference is that you take a 360 view. And I mean, last week I was talking in Copenhagen to a finance congress, and you have the room full of bankers, and for them it's basically it's one side. It's about capital markets, how they work, supply. But here we see and heard it's about supply and demand. I mean, you need to create also the real economy. You need to create the profitable investment projects. And we said yesterday and discussed broadly, it's a number of components that are important for that labor mobility, capital mobility, and diffusion. Now, having said that, what is it about capital markets? And I see that there are basically three things where markets are deficient. That's home bias, it's thin risk-taking, and it's, from our perspective, also underutilized insurance and pension funds. And I think when we talk about markets and Baltic markets, the Baltic markets particularly are weak on the second two elements, and in terms of risk capital and in terms of utilization of pension and insurance. And so there are surveys still out there, and if you look at the ECB indicators of market integration, they are now still somewhat worse than they were pre-pandemic. So, and there are surveys that say there is a lot of home bias still in markets. On the risk taking, we yesterday also talked about the equity gap. There is a second element that comes to this, and that is about the specter of risk profiles and instruments that you have in the market, which is much more continuous in the US than it is in Europe. And so let me make 3 points where I think that how this can be addressed, 3 concrete points. One point is about taxation and insolvency, creating more homogeneous markets. And that was also mentioned by the governor. We think that in doing so, you can get much more integration because investors don't have to deal with 27 insolvency laws. They don't have to deal with different withholding regimes and so on. The Commission has launched an initiative on that, and it could be progressing faster. There's actually a faster project, that is the name of it, where we think it would make a lot of sense to try to engage in this and facilitate cross-border investment in that way. So that would be one point. On the second point, this continuum of risk instruments, there is a lot to be said about securitization. And we know that securitization has been kind of bedeviled, a bad word, and in Europe also because of the financial crisis. And then there were attempts to resurrect it, but not very successfully. So that is, the Commission has now launched a new regulation on securitization in order to try to revive the market. Where we come from is, this is an important feature of basically deleveraging the banks. If the banks can pass on risk through securitization onto the capital market, it helps them financing corporates. And not everyone needs equity. Many SMEs actually they want loans, and they need loans. So, but we also see in some countries the banks are not willing to give it because they cannot get rid of that risk. So in that regard, securitization could help a lot. And we actually propose also to organize it on a European scale because we think that can be more effective, that you try to create the market in Europe. Not necessarily transfer all the assets, but try to create the market in Europe in order to facilitate, particularly, again, small countries and facilitate small country lending. And the third element there where we talk about, or I talk about pensions, and I think this European initiative, the Savings and Investment Union, will not be successful without seriously looking into capitalized pension systems. If you want to have big, deep capital markets, and we heard it yesterday, the key element that differentiates Europe from the US is that there's much more investment that can be productively used for old age in the US. And we need to get there with Europe. And that's not an easy task. It's also not an easy task because this is the prerogative of the member states. Nothing that the Commission per se can do on this or the Europe can do on this. So there will be a lot of coordination necessary, and then to facilitate the conditions for doing this. And here again, Baltics, the Baltic system or pension funds that exist, I think there is room for improvement. There's a big discussion ongoing in different countries on that, including here in Lithuania, how to do it. And I think there's a big task to seize also here the opportunities that can be created by a Baltic capital market and by capital market union.
Thank you, Rolf. So perhaps before shifting to the topic a bit on defense, maybe you want to add something because you were highlighting that you need to listen policymakers, so we hear a bit of that, so perhaps.
So I think one of the things in the Draghi report that was kind of furthest from my expertise, but that really struck me is that the savings rate in Europe is higher, much higher than in the US, but the rate of return is so much lower. So one of the things that strikes me, there's research by Guizzo and co-authors that the rate of return to household savings is much higher for the rich. And so is there something in the relative equality of wealth distributions in Europe that's actually lowering the return? And it's because the risk aversion of households with smaller amounts. Or another way to put it is a lot of our savings are in our pension funds, and households actually don't want to take the risk, or they don't understand that by pooling it, they can reduce the aggregate risk.
I mean, on that one, I have actually a pretty strong view, if I just may intervene. There's often the argument that the Europeans are more risk averse, right? So the US, they have a nice risk culture. The Europeans have kind of a risk averse culture. I mean, I grew up in Germany, so I went to the local Sparkasse with my savings and put it in the deposit. So there's where I live.
How'd that do for you?
So that was the kind of socialization. But I don't believe the argument. I mean, if you look at Europe, I mean, I don't believe that the Dutch, the Swedes, and the Danes are systematically more risk-taking than by character than any other European nation. But due to their pension system, they're investing much more and have a much better return than other countries. And they have a vivid capital market and good, I mean, and that supports also equity investment in the country. So I think it's a lot that has to do with what incentives people have, how you educate them, and how you guide them into the market, and we have just failed on that.
And taxation.
Incentives. Taxation matter a lot. I mean, you want to have return. That's very clear.
But again, don't you think there's a relationship between the wealth inequality and the average return?
Yeah, but wealth inequality is much more unequal in the US than it is in Europe.
But that's exactly why the people at the top are able to chase lots of returns, because their kind of fallback necessity investment is much lower.
But, I mean, okay, on that one, so I would recommend a paper that colleagues of mine produced on the Savings and Investment Union, and there it shows that also in Europe, capital market participation is very uneven in Europe, and it's indeed also in Europe the more wealthy people that participate already in capital markets, while basically the middle income earners and the low income earners do to a very limited extent. So in that regard, yes, it's supportive if you wish, but it's exactly the part that we need to change in order, and you need to do it in a way that is also socially digestible, obviously, in terms of providing a certain degree of reassurance and providing without giving full-fledged guarantees. It's about risk-taking.
So pension reform and defined contributions rather than defined benefit systems.
Among others, yes. But with a social buffer.
Another thing, if I may, we also saw, I fully agree with you on the pension side. I think also on the insurance side, we have to look at why insurance are much less active in certain type of investment, and that's a regulation, and it's actually under discussion on Solvency II reform, etc., how to make sure that also, because in Europe, money are in insurance, they just are not activated to support a certain kind of investment. So there is definitely the pension side, but that will take a lot of time to change. We should immediately start looking at insurance, because the money are there and are not really directed toward the important needs.
So we are trying to converge to agree that there are things that need to be reformed. But I still would like to ask again, Eric, a bit on the firms. So, for instance, there is money. There is some money in the insurance. So is the lack of investment that firms are facing, lack of ideas to adopt new technologies, is the scale? Yeah. So could you shed light on it to come back to the productivity issues?
Again, I think the ideas are there. I don't think there are any fewer ideas floating around in the European heads of entrepreneurs than elsewhere. But I do think that in the new space where firms build using intangibles rather than tangible capital, the financing needs are just very different. And they have to do with the fact that the return is one, you get a return as an entrepreneur on the riskiness of your idea. And of course, that's what they like. They think the entrepreneur is convinced that they know how to manage that risk. What they don't know how to manage is the policy risk and the risk that in the future there will be a market. So take the market for our aging population. We all know that we're going to need products and services for old people. If I were an entrepreneur thinking about that market, I could come up with lots of gizmos with maybe robots and people together to create a nice environment, housing, construction, lots of good ideas available. But then I worry, there's 27 different countries with different ways of housing elderly, with different ways of financing elderly, with different rules for how to tap the fund. So all of a sudden, instead of seeing one market that I can get with a technical innovation, I've got a completely scattered framework that I don't know how I'm going to ever conquer that market. And I'm just an entrepreneur trying to come up with a technical idea to scale. And so you can't scale it without having you don't need a certainty of the market, but you need to know that it will exist in the future. So something in Europe where we come up with like a beauty contest that says, okay, if in 30 years you have the best idea for serving elderly, we will guarantee so many euros per year of funding to pay for this. So you actually create forward a scale of a market that we know we're going to need in the future, and you let the entrepreneurs fight for providing the best service. So you put a dot on the horizon of where will the future market be. So I think in Europe, the banning the internal combustion engine is one of these policies that actually creates a certainty for entrepreneurs. They know in 2035 there's going to be a market for them. So everything that you can do to help that part of the risk-taking, I think will induce firms to invest. Now, how they get the funding, of course, we've heard yesterday about problems of funding intangible investments because of the uncertainty. A lot of intangible investments are collateralizable. Once you get your patent, once you get a forward stream of income, I think banks would be happy to lend to you. If you're Justin Bieber, they'll give you money on your intangible portfolio. It's the creation part of the innovation that's hard to finance. But that doesn't have to be a very large amount of finance. But we do need a venture capital market, a way for individuals to get and participate into that. So I think that part is needed. But I think the big lack is a lack of demand for such investments because we can't scale. The businesses don't see ahead how they can make money out of this.
Thank you. I think you are also touching a point about maybe there is not much need of finance to be able to scale and to fund the intangible investments. I think maybe 1 year ago, or perhaps a bit more, 3 years ago, we wouldn't have to have this conversation, but we need finance. Maybe that's not that much needed for intangibles, but now we have also competing needs, right? So we need to also fund defense. And I guess we would like also to discuss a bit more about how do you see a trade-off here on, we need to invest in intangibles, we need innovation, we need to boost productivity, we need inclusive growth, but we also need to protect ourselves. So security risks are very salient nowadays. So perhaps I could start with you, Deborah, and whether you see a trade-off between innovation and defense spending. You see some complementarities. What is your view?
So if you allow me, I disagree on something. because I agree with many of the points that
But not that there's no investment needed.
No, I fully agree with you that scale, that the integration of the market and the scale is very important because it increases the return for investment, and that's actually, I fully agree with you. But I still think that we have something on the financing side that is missing, and we have two pieces of studies actually. One, we are looking at firms that issue equity at the European level, and we find that by issuing equity, they are actually much more likely to be innovative, to be everything good. Innovative, patent, whatever you want, it's good. And then on the other side, we look at the condition of the market that facilitate issuing equity, and at the European level, you see that depth of the market in which the firm is located matters, but the other element that matters is a combination between size and integration. So the idea is that you can compensate, if you are in a small market, you can compensate by being in an integrated market that attract money from abroad. And that's, I find, particularly interesting in small economies with a small capital market, because there was always a lot of debate whether every single country in Europe needed to have this deep capital market. I was always against. I think we need ways for having integrated capital market on the particularly for equity finance, etc. So that's one point. And always on the financing of innovation, what I was hinting before, actually, we really think that there is something at so in Europe, there is also a lot of public support from all possible national, regional level that comes for innovative companies, from seed capital, early stage, etc. Then at a certain point, everything disappears, nothing. And that's really where a lot of European firms were used to go to the US. Fine, it's maybe good, etc. But we think that there is a phase in which at the European level we should think of doing more to continue to guarantee some form of financing, still with the right to firms. And that's where we, as an institution, we are looking at it's called this ETCI 2.0, the European Tech Champion Initiative. It's supporting funds that actually are big enough to buy some of these scale-up firms that are big enough. And the point is that the funds that we have now in Europe, they cannot buy more than one or two. And then they don't have a diversified portfolio. So you really need to try to have a bigger venture capital funds that can help in this phase. So on the financing side, I think I fully get one part of the story, but I think we also have the second part of the story. Then on defense, I'm afraid it's the priority. I wouldn't never have said it a few months ago, but now I really think it's the priority. So at the end, it will have to come first. There will be difficult choice. I think the more we can do it European, the better it is. And I think it's really an area where the advantage of doing it, so you cannot do it alone. Nobody can do it alone. So the more we do it coordinated, the more public procurement, etc., the better it is. And I think it's very good that after a lot of back and forth, member states are now thinking of using, actually they committed all the SAFE money. It's called SAFE, yes, I always mix it up. But at the end, I think that's important. What we are looking at now is what are the multipliers associated to defense spending? And I think there are a few interesting papers coming up at the European level that show that multipliers may be above 1, but short term, and it really depends on the composition of expenditure. And I think that's where Europe is doing very, very little in innovation in the defense. There is a bit more, we all know that the capital has a stronger multiplier effect, capital expenditure versus current expenditure. But I think working more, this is an area that will be interesting. So if you are thinking at the papers, look at the effect of defense spending multiplier. Will be very important also in terms of the narrative at the policy level on how to implement defense spending.
So perhaps coming to the policy level, Rolf, you want to add?
Yes, thank you. I think the two aspects that you mentioned are key. So obviously from an economic perspective, it's the multiplier, as we call it, so the impact on the macroeconomy that matters most and that we want to have. And then there are different elements to go there. One is to make it work is how to integrate military use and civil use. And I mean, the EIB has broadened its mandate basically, to be able to do dual use financing. So maximize dual use financing is one of the components. The second point is crowding in private capital. And I hear what you said before about the horizon that investors need to have. That's certainly key. And that doesn't only count for climate change. We are fully subscribed. We should have a clear direction and no back and forth. You need to give a direction. But the same, I think, holds for defense spending. And many of the companies in Europe held back also because they had no horizon. I mean, there was no outlook of continued scaling up. And with the commitment actually to dedicate more money to defense on a continuous basis as a contribution of NATO countries, that horizon is being created and that can be used. Defense is fundamentally a public duty and a public task. So the government will have to finance a lot of it, but if we maximize dual use, there is also scope for private financing and private investment, and that can be seized then with that horizon. The third element, and here I think there's a bit of a different twist between what you said and how you look at it and my perspective, is how to think about national contributions and European contribution. I mean, now we know that Germany is putting big money into defense. That is what they have announced. Should that lead to national champions, or should it lead to a specialization in the production of certain military goods where we build on German industry? Or do we want to go European? Maybe it's the combination of the two, but I think it will not work with a clearer European dimension, and there is a big chance here. I mean, we are representing European institutions. We know that the political economy of European institutions is sometimes very difficult because there is this question of mutualization and transfer of risks, which is a fair question. I think in the area of defense, we have a situation where we can actually benefit directly from creating European public goods. In defense, you have a chance similar to the European Space Agency, where you can actually produce something at a European level and make it used for everyone. And that also would justify European funding and financing. The difference to what is done so far is, in many respects, we first talk about financing without having the projects. If you have a European satellite shield and you can give a price tag to it, that could be European owned, I think there's also a different political economy of financing at the European level. And that is, I think, a route that needs to be explored more in order to really be on that part a global player.
Can I?
Yeah. So on this, it is a worrisome problem when I see every country pledging 4 or 5% of GDP, and they're going to spend it locally. I worry about interoperability of the stuff they're building. I'm worrying about not having the scale to do this properly. We're having 27 shopping lists that are wrong, and so I do think we need a European shared menu. But there are ways to do it, and I think you can borrow from the way the vaccine program was done or the way the space agency is done. One way to think about it is you pool the money, but then you break it into tranches, into pots by area of defense, and you let countries bid to be able to run the procurement for that area. And so countries can bid by their their installed base and their expertise. Maybe they bid on some financial, you do some mix between beauty contest and action. And so, for example, Lithuania can get a pot related to AI and the software of drone systems together with some neighboring countries. Germany can get the mobility part. France does the batteries for the drones, because they've already starting to get little clusters of activity in these areas. So I think by having a mixed procurement system where countries get ownership of areas of the procurement, but know mutually that they're all doing it together, and they're using their neighbor's money for their area, it creates an ownership but also a shared responsibility. So I think it could be an institutional setup that might work going forward. The interesting thing about the innovation, and it's odd, my job market paper 35 years ago was about spillovers and crowding out in federal defense spending, federal defense R&D. So it was kind of a Romer model where the defense does R&D and it creates spillovers for private R&D, but of course it pulls research talent, which is the crucial bottleneck in a Romer growth model. And so the trick here is how to take that idea of spillovers and crowding out, and rather than just saying, oh, it's a multiplier, you really start thinking about how do you reduce the crowding out and how do you increase the spillovers of what's going on. And I think we're in a lucky position that the dual use is getting easier. The stuff that people like to spend on, which are their phones and their mobility and their vacations and traveling automatically to some place and the virtual realities, all these things that consumers are enjoying now are also the things that we need for defense. The electrification is going to help us in our homes. When we have the electric cars with batteries, it's going to help stabilize the grid and deal with the intermittency problem, at the same time that it's going to create scale to create autonomous, all these nasty things that are going to swarm over our head. But I think in this era, there is a convergence between the things that we need in the defense space and the things that we need for sustainability and greening. So I think it's actually a place where we can get public goods and industrial policy, quote unquote, and productivity growth in one fell swoop. So I think, I'm optimistic about this actually being an opportunity to also deliver stuff that have the longer horizon for social good.
So I guess Deborah, you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to say something actually that I found really interesting. Last year we were discussing, so at the European Investment Bank we have entered in the defense industry and mostly dual use, but we are expanding what we can do in terms of support to the business. And last year we had a lot of outreach to the defense companies in Europe to try to understand where market gaps were, and we understood that it is not that much the large companies, more on the value chain and the smaller companies and innovative companies. But the really interesting part that I heard was from a very large company, one of the super large European defense company, that was saying, look, I have all my policymakers behind me saying you have to buy from my country. Don't say which one. And he said, but we all learn it, and we cooperate with all the other big European one. We all have the projects are in common. We have the common project, and then we know how to say to our own government, yeah, I buy it, my country, I buy it. But the project is the same, so it's just we give an idea to policymakers that we give back to the country, but actually we are already working in a coordinated way for European projects, because otherwise you will not succeed if you don't have the scale of the European project. And that's to me is encouraging, and somehow it's always the fact that business is maybe even going faster than policy, but not always. But at least in these...
But these are the current large incumbents, and I'm saying, I'm seeming to think that what's needed now for defense is a completely different set of products than these people are used to making. And we need to open up the markets to the people who do the software, the robotics, the telecommunications, the IoT.
But that will be.
And these are not these old dinosaurs of the industrial era.
But that's why what I was saying is we as an institution, we don't finance the big guys. They don't need us. We finance the small one, innovative, because those are the ones that need the finance. The other ones, they have it. So it's not really our target.
I mean, if I may, on that one, I'm not a defense expert, but then the question emerges, for example, what will happen to the Ukrainian defense industry? I mean, they are leading in certain areas, right? So, and can we even beat the cost pressure that emerges from that angle? I think so. There are, I mean, a lot of open ends in that development.
Thank you. So I guess you see a role for entrepreneurs to play. I mean, to play a role in this defense investment, I will call it, because you see this long-term horizon, that there is the possibility for defense investments. So we have around 10 minutes to wrap up. So I would like perhaps to discuss a bit more on how do you see these topics that we have been touching upon being more or less salient for small open economies, given the topic, and perhaps this will also open up appetite for the session of Filippo. So perhaps you want to start, Rolf, to giving your thoughts.
No, happy to do that. I think I would like to come back to what I basically said at the start with being small but strong. And the point for that is being connected and insured. And again, Lithuania has understood that lesson, I think, very much. I think Lithuania is part of the euro area because you wanted to be integrated in order to be safe. Now, in terms of what we discussed, the 3 points, let's work on the cost of capital. Let's try to make it cheaper, get good funding. That is certainly point number 1. Point number 2, let's work on diffusion so that everyone can participate from technological progress also in the area of defense. And the third point, and here comes my soul as a crisis manager and as a macroeconomist, make it sustainable. And we know that this commitment to ramp up defense spending can indeed pose a big fiscal challenge as well. So we must find a way of managing that in order not to increase financial stability risk, and that's a pretty daunting task.
I think as well, I go back to what we were saying at the beginning. I think Europe today needs more speed of action and capacity to think European. And then the question for small economies is how do I have my voice heard thinking European, and is it easier to free ride? And some countries are going on the free riding path. So I think yesterday I saw something, and I invite you to look at it, at Alexander Stubb's speech at the UN. And he was he's the president of Finland. He used to be actually one of the vice presidents at the European Investment Bank. He had a speech that I think he calls himself a small open economy, so I repeat it. But I think it's really, really interesting, because what he's saying is basically you need to be heard, you need to be courageous, stay very strong on your value, be an example of integrity, and then be catalytic around you. And I think it's really impressive, and I think it's what a small open economy at a European level should try to do. So really being strong on the value, try to have their voice heard, but working European.
I guess you will have a more provocative view, Eric.
Well, I'm not sure if it's more provocative. I'm just not sure where the small open economy comes from, because you're part of a currency union, you're part of an integrated, not fully integrated, but of an integrated market. So, you know, I think everyone here is part of a big and unfortunately more and more closed economy. And part of the thinking now is not to close off, is indeed to not say no global value chains, but to manage these chains and manage the risk and resiliency involved in the choices. Do I pay more to insure myself with local procurement, or do I go abroad? You know, if I look at a country, you know, Lithuania, there's a harbor here, so yes, you could open Europe to global trade and start building batteries, importing critical raw materials. But you know, you go a little bit to the south, and there's a large harbor of someone that might not let those materials come through. So you need to start thinking, what are we going to build? And then you do get to human capital. Is to have a highly educated workforce, integrate, using that human capital, integrate into value chains within Europe, and use the digital markets to sell your services abroad. So you don't play the small open economy role, you play part of an integrated, larger, but unfortunately more and more closed economy.
So thank you very much. I think it would be nice to give some time to the audience to bring some interesting questions. I think these closing remarks about small open economies probably will be answered in the next policy session. I think I'll see already a hand there too. So just let me grab up before going to the question. So I think there are three main issues that we have discussed. First is integration. I think we need to start thinking, all of us, every single country, a bit more European. There is the role for adoption at the scale and improving our investments into intangibles, probably skills, and enabling infrastructure. And I would say the last is that we need to find a way of channeling the funding that satisfies defense needs, but also generates long-term value, as Eric mentioned. So I think it was a very interesting session, and I do believe that the questions will bring a bit more spice to the discussion. So the floor is open now. So Martin, I guess you were the first.
Thanks very much, and thanks for a very interesting panel. One thing that didn't come to the discussion is the notion of investment capacity, both when it comes to R&D as well as defense. There's the concern for R&D that if you say enable more investment into R&D, because in the short run the supply of people that can do research is fixed, you're mainly raising the price of the R&D, right? The wages of the researchers. The same for defense. If we triple our defense spending, perhaps this is basically a negative terms of trade shock for the EU, because we're going to have to import lots of these weapons from the United States. So my question is, what's your thought on that?
So maybe we can collect one or two more and you can decide. So there is one here. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. Vita Valunete from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was a little bit surprised I didn't hear your thoughts on the proposal of 28 legal regime, as you're talking a lot about the scalability and so on. So perhaps that idea is something what could be good for the startups, but what about all the existing small middle companies, which I understand in that proposal is not covered? Maybe they are not the most innovative, but they still do innovate on every process of their work. And what are your thoughts about that? And the second question is more about, we were talking a lot about the Europe and the single market, but it would be interesting also to hear what are your thoughts about the all geopolitical situation, in a sense, what are the opportunities? We talk about a lot about the risk, but what are the opportunities for those open little economies? Because on EU scale, we are talking about this partners pillar of economic security policy and all the free trade agreements we try to advance now using this window of opportunity. But individually, open economies, what could they gain from this tumultuous time? Thank you.
I don't know if there is some another question, so maybe we can start with this. Somebody is having a pressing answer.
So on the crowding out, Austin Goolsbee has written maybe 20 years ago a piece on how much, if you ramp up R&D spending, how much it increases how much of it goes into the pockets of the scarce researchers. I'm actually thinking that research has become much more scalable in the last 3 months to 6 months. I think anyone with half a brain can triple that size by smartly using some of the facilities available to us. So some of this defense spending research has already been done. It's really making use of technologies that are out there and learning how to ramp up the production side. And I think those capabilities are there, and we can learn from the Liberty ship how to ramp up capabilities rather quickly. So I'm a little bit less worried about that if done properly. So, and then on the 28th regime, I would say the simplification, and I'll let you go on to it, is forget making a 28th, because then you've got, instead of 27, you have 28, and now you have a difference between different companies, who falls under it and who doesn't. It seems like a nightmare. I would say just quickly pick at random any regulatory area, pick one country with a dartboard and stack them together and just say there's one regulatory regime and this is it for now. That would already be better. So speed in getting a compromise on making good rules. If you look at the rules for what you need to have in a car when you drive around Europe, in France you need the breathalyzer for obvious reasons. In Spain you need an extra pair of glasses in your glove box. Every country has its own rules for what you need to have in your car. It's insane. Just pick a set and call it the safety package, and you sell it at scale at the supermarket and at the gas station, but that's all you need. Anyway.
On the implementation capacity for R&D, I agree with you. We are looking very much also at the implementation capacity also for infrastructure, but also one thing that we are starting to look at is also in terms of the efficiency of the construction sector. It comes out that in Europe, actually, the construction sector is very much behind in innovation and in adopting technologies that are already present and that could have a very strong effect also in efficiency of the construction sector. And we are looking at it particularly in the context of affordable housing, so not social housing, but for new families, whatever. It could really have a strong effect in terms of speeding up the supply in the market and also having it at a more efficient, effective from a cost point of view. So we are also looking at the, let's say, implementation capacity on that point of view. Now you can make the construction sector more effective and efficient. On the 28th regime, it's I think it's, I actually am more for a 28th regime. We had it for years, and it was kind of UK law. We could use it indirectly. My concern is that we will have to have a political negotiation on what is the 28th regime and what it will pass, something that I heard so far. I don't know, the parliament has his own view on the 28th regime, and I was in a panel a few weeks ago with the reporter that what he was saying was to have it acceptable at the country level, we would have to, each member state to decide in which sector it can be adopted. And I was thinking like, what? and then is it really, so Italy decided to adopt it in manufacturing and Lithuanian services. And then, well, we have an integral. It doesn't work. I think ambition has to be strong if we do it. And I think the risk is that there is a lot of expectation on what the 28th regime will bring. So better we deliver.
I mean, from my perspective, and so 28th regime is that you have a European regime next to 27 national regimes for company law. Is it a mess or not? I think we should acknowledge that it's probably the best, that it's a second best solution. but it may be the only one visible. And
Maybe
that is why...
rename it regime zero and market it better.
Well, I mean, whatever, how you call it, but I think we should acknowledge is that the Commission has proposed it not because they necessarily like it, but they like it as second best possibility. And what you're proposing, Eric, it's the same whether you say we have a unified European regime or everyone agrees to the regime of a country being the predominant one, right? Everyone needs to converge to a standard. And the 28th regime tries to make progress acknowledging that this is politically not feasible. We will just not get there. That is the sticking point. So we try to find, for those companies that want to go under it, a solution where they can work under a European framework without everyone having to do it. There is still a national component that comes with it, and that's why one can still be critical in saying, yes, but the transposition of what it means, the 28th regime, will still remain in national competence, so all those institutions need to converge to that standard, which is a difficult call. So I think there are questions there. I still think it's worth looking at and trying to make most out of it, and hopefully something really productive as a second best solution, but politically the only visible one in some areas.
I agree, but I think we really have to work on it.
So I think there are no more questions. We have 1 minute left. I hope there are a lot of food for thought. And sorry for the next policy panel. There are a lot of questions that probably need to be also discussed more. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Eric, Deborah, and Rolf. It has been a pleasure. And time for a break.
Hello? Yeah, now it's working. So it's my double pleasure because today I get to invite for the second time Professor Chad Severson, the distinguished service professor of economics at University of Chicago, Booth School of Economics, and I was already mentioning his merits yesterday, but just in case somebody joined today, he's a great researcher in a variety of fields, the editor of greatest journals, and then Professor, it's a true pleasure to have you here. Today we are going to have not an academic discussion, but more like a broader discussion on a number of things. So I don't know, it's the first time for me I'm running such a show, so I don't know whether you have participated in similar events in the past, but please welcome Professor Chad Severson. All right, maybe just a slow start at the beginning. So this conference's topic is on productivity, and yet somehow that's a theoretical concept, right? So can you maybe give us some insights into how do we think from this theoretical concept into empirics, and what are the challenges associated with that?
Sure. So productivity conceptually is basically the efficiency of the production process. How well a producer or set of producers or an industry or an economy, you can measure it at basically any level, how well that process or entity turns inputs into outputs. And there are plenty of measurement issues that go into measuring productivity well. But understanding productivity measures actually isn't too hard, because they all, in one way or another, boil down to being a ratio of output over inputs. All the trick is, how do you measure output? And if there's multiple outputs, how would you combine them? And then how do you measure inputs? And again, if there are multiple inputs, how do you combine those? So you can go a long way to understanding empirical work on productivity just by recognizing that what people are measuring is the output to input ratio, and the notion is you're trying to capture, again, the efficiency of the production process. But along the way, there are a bunch of specific measurement issues that go along with that, and sometimes you don't have the perfect measure of output, you don't have the perfect measure of inputs, one issue with productivity is, by nature, it's a residual. It's the ratio of these two things, and we talk about it as if it's its own thing, because it is easy to conceptually define. But what that also means is anything that moves that ratio around, even if it's not the concept of productivity itself, like just measurement problems, that gets called productivity. So that's also another related issue with reading and working in the empirical literature on productivity, is that any mistakes you make are going to get called productivity too. So try not to make mistakes, one, and two, recognize you're probably going to, and be circumspect about what you're actually measuring.
Fantastic, thanks. And then can you also give us some crash course or like explanation on the two concepts that go very often together, especially in policy circles. So that's productivity and competitiveness. And people think of them as almost the same thing, or one drives another one necessarily. And maybe you can give some examples when the two diverge, or maybe not necessarily, maybe we're actually right to talk about the two almost inseparably.
I'm glad you raised that, because I think the academic end of things, we hardly ever use the word competitiveness, because I think it's not quite as precisely defined as productivity is. And so it's easier just to measure productivity. Now, I think what people think of when they talk about competitiveness are various versions of how well can a company, or again, an industry or economy, whatever level you're measuring it at, operate in a market filled with other producers. And basically, are you going to be at par, below par, or above par when it comes to other producers of similar products? That's often, I think, what people mean when they talk about competitiveness. And there, I think there is a very tight relationship between productivity and competitiveness. Productivity, if you really are, if you're measuring its concept, is, again, efficiency in production. That's just like an inverse of cost. And all else equal, we know if you can produce the same thing at a lower cost than another producer, you're going to be more competitive in that sense of the word. And so that's why there's a tight relationship between those two concepts. Now, everything I've said about productivity so far is very much like it's a supply side thing. It's about the production process. But in reality, when products meet the market, it's not just about the physical cost of creating the product or service. It's also how consumers view the utility from that product. And that can vary across producers too, and maybe in ways that are or aren't correlated with their actual cost of producing the thing. And so kind of net competitiveness, if you want to think about it that way, or total competitiveness, is a combination of supply and demand. Productivity as a concept is more supply, but that said, a lot of the metrics end up putting demand in too. And I think there are tricky issues about how do you treat demand variation in a productivity measure. So, you know, an example I use a lot is, you know, think about airplanes. Okay, we could count how many airplanes Boeing makes per worker, and we could count the number of airplanes Cirrus, which makes small general aviation planes, makes per worker. I wouldn't be surprised if Boeing makes fewer airplanes per worker than Cirrus does. Okay, but do we automatically say Cirrus is more productive, has a higher productivity level than Boeing because they get more planes per worker? Well, no, we look at those planes, they're very different. A 787 is not an SR-22 or whatever the Cirrus's big plane is. And so we recognize that the utility delivered by those two products, even though they're both airplanes, is different. Now that's kind of an obvious case, but you get into more subtle distinctions about different varieties of otherwise similar goods. Maybe they are valued differently by consumers. Do you want to count, even if the per unit production costs are the same, do you want to call the producer of the one that consumers view on average as being more worth paying for? You might want to call that producer more productive, even though they're not making more units of that thing per worker than their competitor. They're in some sense delivering more utility per worker. And so you might want a productivity measure to bring in that demand side stuff too. But we're really, I think, at a pretty primitive level at separating the demand and supply components in productivity measures. We've been cognizant of the issue for a couple decades now and starting to pay real attention to it, but it gets tricky. And so there's a lot of work on that.
Right. So still sticking to the productivity, more academically, let's say, a familiar concept, can you walk us through some stylized facts, maybe dynamically, you know, how the productivity has been changing in various regions or countries in the world, and also what do the researchers agree about those stylized facts, and where are the biggest knowledge gaps that we would still like to uncover?
Okay. Now, that's an answer that will take 14 hours. I'm going to boil it down to a minute. First, let's talk about macro facts. Okay? There is no other way to get sustained increases in economic well-being than other through productivity growth. Okay? So without productivity growth, there's no sustained economic growth. That's a theory, and that's a fact. Empirically, it's basically 1 for 1. So if you see over an extended period of time, 5 to 10 years or more, that productivity growth, here I'm talking about labor productivity growth, so output per worker or output per worker hour. If that goes down by, say, 1% per year, that growth rate falls for an extended period of time, you're going to see a similar sized 1-ish% per year drop in GDP per capita growth too. So productivity growth is necessary for economic growth, And it's essentially the speed limit that applies at a one-to-one basis. So if you slow down productivity growth by a certain amount, economic growth will slow down by that amount. If you speed it up by the same amount, it'll speed up too. So that's a macro fact. That's true across all sorts of economies. Another fact is there's a big dispersion in productivity across economies. It explains most of the variation in GDP per capita across countries for the same reason I was just describing. It matters so much in the time series. It also matters cross-sectionally. And then probably, something I've been working on lately is most of the world has been in a productivity growth slowdown for the last 15 to 20 years now. And so that's a big deal because, as I just said, that means our economic growth rates have fallen too. And we don't exactly know why. If you squint, maybe things aren't quite as bad now, at least in some economies, as they were in the 2010s in terms of productivity growth. The US, for example, has come out of the COVID pandemic pretty strongly in terms of productivity growth. But as we heard yesterday about, say, the UK, not all OECD economies have done so, and then there's a mixed bag otherwise. So that's still a big deal. Some people think AI is going to be the device that will or is starting to pull us out of that slowdown. I've written about that too. That's possible. I think it's way too early to declare that is happening or will happen in short order, but I think that's probably our best chance for change in the slowdown now. So that's kind of some macro stuff. Now let me also talk about micro stuff, because that was a big part of what we're talking about here at the conference too. The fact that I talk about the most is that just like there are productivity differences across countries, there are productivity differences across companies, and big ones. And big differences even within what you might think are pretty narrowly defined markets, defined by, say, product space, geography, whatever. So the number I use a lot is standard US manufacturing industry. If you've divided manufacturing into 500 different slices, so pretty narrow slices, typically you're going to have one producer that gets twice as much output from the same inputs as another. That is the typical dispersion. And that, by the way, is throwing out the top 10% and bottom 10%. So, the worst of the measurement error and all that kind of stuff, you've gotten rid of that. So you're just that middle 80% typically has this 2-to-1 gap. And if anything, US manufacturing sort of on the low end of those gaps. People have found even larger gaps within industries and markets in other countries or other sectors. So one, you have huge dispersion. Two, that dispersion is persistent. If you're not very productive this year, you're likely to be not very productive next year. If you are efficient this year, you're likely to stay so. There's some movement, but you're not bopping around any place in the distribution. You tend to be persistent. And third, productivity is correlated with lots of good stuff for companies. You will make more profits. You will be more likely to survive. You will grow faster. Your workers will earn higher wages. And your customers, in general, will pay lower quality adjusted prices. So productivity is just associated with a lot of good stuff. So to sum up, there's huge differences. Those differences are persistent, and those persistent differences matter a lot for companies, their workers, and their customers. And I think that's kind of like been the big achievement of the productivity literature, which is probably micro-productivity literature, which has been going in earnest for about 35 years now, are just establishing those facts in basically every industry, time period, and country. That was longer than 30 seconds, sorry, but it was not 14 hours.
Good. So now thinking about the drivers of productivity, of course we have some clues, but you've also mentioned that the recent or latest productivity slowdown, we don't potentially have a good answer for that. So can you again, give some briefing on what is known and what is unknown, or what you would like to know?
So this time let's go from micro to macro. So I'll talk about what we know affects productivity at the producer level, and then that will help answer the macro stuff. Okay, so all that variation I just talked about, what do we know, or what do we think is correlated or causes those productivity differences? So one big set of things is something tied to management. And yes, I have, I guess, self-interest to say that working at a business school where we train managers, but I think the evidence is clear. That's not just my reading of it. Managers matter, and managers matter a lot. And we've seen it in a lot of different venues of research at this point. Now, whether it's the person, the practice, or some combination thereof, we're still trying to figure that out. Can you disembody good management from a good manager? Maybe some, but we don't know how much. What are the characteristics that make a good manager? We don't really know that either. But let's just call it management. That matters a lot. Then there's a lot of differences in the quality of inputs. Okay? When we measure productivity, like I said, it's output over inputs. We tend to measure those inputs in a standardized way. It's a worker or it's a worker hour. It's a $100 worth of capital. It's a certain volume of intermediate inputs. Okay, we're not adjusting for the quality of those workers, say, even though we know workers do vary in quality. All of that will call, those quality differences get called productivity. So if you can buy better quality inputs at a price that's not commensurately higher, you're going to be more productive. So that also matters. Other things we found that matter, firm structure, like your vertical structure can matter, because there are efficiencies that can be gained with optimal vertical relationships along the supply chain. There's stuff like learning by doing, and then there's product side stuff too. Again, making product improvements that raise the utility, if you want to think again about productivity as utility delivered to customers per unit input. Okay, so that's at the micro level. The research has established that stuff and more matters and explains some of those huge variations. Now, what's going to move around productivity at the macro level would be one, big macro movements in those things. If we make better managers at enough rate and broadly enough, we raise the average management in the economy, you will see productivity go up. And you see that in the macro data too. If you aggregate up management practice data to the country level, it's correlated with, and maybe causally, productivity changes at the country level. And then there's also just kind of at the macro level, which is also reflecting aggregated stuff at the firm level, is just improvements in technology. And what we mean by that is basically better capital and workers who know how to use that better capital. Okay, so AI is a potential example. AI is basically a new type of capital that does things that no pre-existing type of capital could do before. And so if we can install that and have complements to that, like workers who know how to use AI, at least until AI knows how to use AI, and then the AI is its own complement, we get the productivity benefits of that. And again, if it happens at a large enough scale, we get aggregate productivity growth. It's not just for one firm, it's for everyone on average. And so kind of over time, the big swings mostly have been these technological improvements.
What about economic policies? How much these can matter? And we saw in your keynote presentation yesterday, there is some effect. I'm not sure, like what's your take? How big or impactful that can be for productivity developments?
Yeah, that's a great question. So just since I was talking about technological improvements, support of general research can often help move technology forward. And we know through standard externality arguments that certain kinds of research, well, hardly any research is fully appropriable by the researcher, so you're going to tend to get too little of it. And very generally applicable technologies are probably the least likely to see the optimal amount of research. So there is scope for public support of research into those things, because otherwise you're going to underinvest in that sort of technological improvement. So that's like a very direct channel of policy towards potential productivity growth. And then the other thing to keep in mind, and this has come up a lot in the papers we saw yesterday and also in the discussion we just had, the policy panel, is that the other way productivity changes at the macro level is that the market can move activity across these very different productivity producers. You've got a lot of dispersion in productivity. If the market can move activity from the less productive producers to the more productive producers, aggregate productivity will go up even if no single producer becomes more efficient. Okay? So the market, by working in the right direction, can raise aggregate productivity, even in absence of any individual firm doing anything different. Okay? So there's a whole set of policies, and maybe these, in some sense, are more important in total than the direct one I was just talking about with research support. There's a whole set of policies that are about that affect how well markets work. And by work, what do we mean? Basically, how well can consumers switch to another supplier if they want to? And then how easily can factors, inputs, move to another supplier if they're demanded more by one producer than another? So both output and input markets matter. They're both affected by policy, and you basically want policies that let that flow happen. So when there are differences, whether it's in consumers' tastes or costs on the production side or in inputs' desire to be somewhere or in producers' demand for those inputs, you want markets to allow those shifts to happen. And those are often, the ability to do those shifts are tied to a whole set of policies. And so that's an important thing to keep in mind for macro productivity effects. And so it can be competition policy, it can be labor policy. I mean, you could just imagine all the things that affect that ability to switch both on the product side and the input side.
Okay, so I see the time is flying, but I have a few potentially provocative questions. You know, like you can be brief or longer as you prefer, but with regards to the famous Draghi's report, he was saying we should boost competitiveness also by keeping in mind our climate goals. So assuming that competitiveness is a good synonym in the industry for productivity, I know you have some research on that, so how much of that is, you know, like implementable, or can we achieve both?
Yeah, so just that work, just to mention, we basically looked at the productivity effects of the Clean Air Act amendments in the US, which is the big air pollution control, federal air pollution control law. And there we found there is a trade-off. So one theory that's sometimes called the Porter hypothesis is if you force companies to be more emissions efficient, it's actually costless in some sense, because that, I guess, creates some reckoning they have with how they do things, and in the process of trying to reduce emissions, they figure out a bunch of better ways to do stuff, and actually the regulation can raise their productivity. That's called a hypothesis, and it's a hypothesis that I don't think holds up very well in the data. Didn't hold up in our case. We found that the industries that were subject to the law, not just the specific locations that were subject to the law and had to cut emissions, did see productivity drops. So they had to basically spend resources on cutting emissions that they weren't spending on producing things instead. Now, maybe in terms of total welfare, that still made everyone better off. They had slightly higher cost stuff, but we didn't have emissions. We weren't trying to quantify all that, but you don't get this sort of free lunch with the Porter hypothesis. So then that means that that's a policy decision. If that trade-off is still there, it's, yeah, how much are we willing to pay in productivity terms to get this benefit of fewer emissions and the costs associated with those emissions. And that's what I guess the political process is about, trying to figure out how to balance those things across one another. I'll just say right now, it does seem like that trade-off's gotten cheaper, because I think a lot of the sort of moves in technology now are towards electrification. And right now, batteries and solar panels are so unbelievably cheap compared to what they were 10 years ago, and probably they're going to be cheaper still in 5 years, that you're going to get cuts in emissions just by cutting your electricity production costs. Even if you don't care about emissions at all, you just want to minimize the cost of producing a given quantity of electricity. I think we're in a world now where a lot of places, even in northern locations, can probably do with solar and batteries. And so you'll cut electricity costs and emissions at the same time. So that'll ease that, what was a pretty strident trade-off before.
Okay, so some optimism there. And I guess I have time for my last question, because I also want to give floor to the audience for 1 or 2 questions. I guess in Draghi's report in particular, but also yesterday, we've seen a lot of benchmarking of European economy against the US. And my question, are we right to do that? Is it the best way? Of course, US is the leading economy, but maybe we are overlooking some other opportunities and possibilities by just, comparing against the US.
I thought Eric said it right. That productivity gap matters. It's something you definitely want to pay attention to. It doesn't mean it's the only thing, though, that you should chase around. You can have different sets of priorities. And our priorities, at least at the governmental level, change hour to hour these days. So I'm not even sure what our administration's priorities are. But that said, like Eric said, well, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but I know. Productivity is the big Lagrange multiplier on our lives. If we can figure out how to raise productivity, we can do everything more easily. So in some sense, it can never make you worse off to have your productivity go up. Okay, so it isn't something, I wouldn't, while I said, yeah, you can have different priorities and stuff, I think it would be a mistake for Europe to say, well, we don't care about productivity. What we really want to do is just minimize carbon emissions. I think that's not what I would want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I would say that's probably not a good idea. I think you want to get to that point where productivity grows, and then you can do multiple things at the same time. And given how stark the productivity gap has opened up, I never thought about the US and the EU having fundamentally different productivity dynamics really until the last 5 to 10 years. And then it just started showing up in the data like, something seemed to happen after the financial crisis. Maybe it'll go away, and it didn't go away, and it didn't go away, and it just kept. And coming out of COVID, it grew bigger and bigger. I think and we don't know why. I don't think we know exactly why. I think that's a big deal. I think you do want to try to figure that out. Even if you've got maybe other priorities in addition to that, that's got to be an important one. I would not sleep on productivity growth.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So now, do we have questions from the audience? Yeah, quite a few. Okay, so if somebody could give the mics.
I have a question on measurement, right? So how big is what's the part of the productivity puzzle that is driven by mismeasurement? So are we measuring productivity correctly? Because the standard productivity measure, I think, works well for manufacturing, but is a very small piece of the economy and getting smaller. So what's the right productivity for a service economy where, for example, we don't observe price? Or for a financial economy? So what's productivity for financial industry?
Forget what's productivity for financial, what's output for financial sector? We don't even know what exactly does an insurance company, say, produce. Well-being or peace of mind? How are we going to value peace of mind, right? Maybe by the amount people pay for it. Okay, so great question. What do we? A useful thing actually to tie back to what we were talking about before. Most of the time when we measure productivity, especially outside of manufacturing, what we're really doing is measuring spending, and then we're dividing by a price deflator, right? And so we're implicitly getting the quantity without ever trying to actually directly measure it. And that's because it's really hard to measure quantity in a lot of sectors. But that really points to how important it is to get price indices right. And we need to do whatever we can to make sure that price indices are right. And price indices aren't just about collecting all the data, because sometimes you need to hedonically adjust the prices. Even if you collect every price exactly right, that price today is not reflecting the same product as it was yesterday, and you have to adjust for that. So a lot of times we're at the mercy, really, of how good the price indices are. Austin and I dealt with this in our, the construction sector in Europe was mentioned. It's just as bad in the US, if not worse. We found that the productivity in the construction sector has been falling for 50 years. Okay, so somehow we're getting less efficient. Now, the first thing you might say is, well, mechanically what that means is spending has been growing at the size of the economy. So nominal construction activity has been growing at the size of the economy. The reason why productivity as measured is falling is because the price index is rising faster than the average price in the economy. That doesn't mean it's wrong, but it does mean, boy, I hope you're measuring prices in construction right. So we did things like we actually looked not just at implied quantity, we counted how many square meters a person in the housing sector builds every year. That doesn't need a price index, but it's a nice check on, that's an actual quantifiable unit. And we found that productivity is terrible measured in those terms too. So there are things you have to do to be careful about interpreting productivity measures, and a lot of it's tied to really how well you're doing with price measurement, and can you get quantities of any sort as a proxy to use as a check on these sort of implied quantities that we usually use.
Yes. Thank you so much for the very nice panel. I just have a quick question on the importance of innovation, in the sense that are we perhaps too obsessed about being the producer of innovation as a driver of productivity growth? The question comes from maybe a context like Draghi report that says each country should have some kind of national champions, and then there should be some innovation leaders for each country. And I just wonder, practically, should all countries be a leader in AI and should strive for that? Or is there some myth to it? Yeah.
Well, I guess if you're not at the frontier right now, you don't need to just innovate. You can catch up, right? So if you're a country that's not at the productivity frontier, you can still grow a productivity just by adopting best practices that are used in other places. You don't need to innovate anything to get the productivity growth. So for catch-up productivity, that works. But to move the frontier, you kind of need to, you either need to improve how markets work, or you need to innovate. Does everyone need to innovate on the same thing? No. I mean, I think AI is our best chance for the next general purpose technology, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should be innovating on other things, or someone should be innovating on pharmaceuticals, or someone should be innovating on genetic engineering, or nanoparticles, or better optics. I don't know, whatever. That's fine to be innovating on different dimensions. I don't think everyone should just innovate on what everyone suspects is the most likely successful innovation at the time. But I do think if you're a country that's at or near the frontier, you want to be trying to innovate. and doing better policy, I guess, at the same time.
So I think there was one question at the top, and yeah, so that's the last one, unfortunately, but then maybe you can approach Chad during the lunch break and bug him with some other questions.
Hello, I'm Titas Budreika from the Ministry of Economy and Innovation and PhD student in economics in Vilnius University. My question, yesterday we had a change of government, and new minister actually declared new policy aim, a Ministry of Economy and Innovation, that 30% of our new foreign direct investment should go to the regions. And based on your keynote speech yesterday on the Turkey example, right now it's around 25% goes to the region. So basically, we aiming to improve more FDI to the regions, and how, in your mind, this policy should be implemented. Should we sort of concentrate on those lagging regions and how it affect productivity, and what sort of policies should we implement, and how to do it actually?
Yeah. That's a great question. Look, I don't know enough about the facts on the ground here to comment on the specifics of that policy, but just let me talk generically about space-based policies and productivity. Look, it's clear, I guess we've had, at least since the start of the Industrial Revolution, like agglomeration economies have become bigger and bigger. That's why we had, and as we got, we just got more efficient at farming. We don't need so many people out in the hinterlands anymore to grow our food. The products that we turn to tend to be produced in settings where there are agglomeration economies of one type or the other, so you get all this urbanization. What is the optimal amount of urbanization? Do you want, should it be 80% of a country is in the one largest metro area, and the other 20% should be in 5 different nodes or something like that? I don't know what the optimal structure is, and you might want to balance it against, not everyone is that mobile, and maybe you don't want to force people to move just in response to agglomeration benefits. There are other things that affect welfare that mean you would want to spread resources around, even aside from any productivity gains. It's a tough problem. I think in the US, for example, one thing we're dealing with now is we have a terrible housing shortage. We've underbuilt housing, and we've underbuilt it the most, maybe definitionally, in the cities where people most wanted to move to. And so we're not letting those agglomeration benefits happen because we had basically bad housing policy. And so we know we're losing from that. Could you overdo it and have too many people in one area, and so congestion drives stuff? Sure, that's possible too. But at least in the US, if anything, we're under-urbanized, or we're urbanized in the wrong places. And we know that just because of people's willingness to pay to be in certain cities is enormous compared to the supply of housing. And so we suffer productivity-wise for it. So that's all just a way to say that's a difficult question, and it's a balancing act, and I don't know the specific answer for Lithuania, of course.
All right, so thank you very much. It's been a very enjoyable and insightful interaction, as always. So
I enjoyed it. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you. Right, so now we need a minute to prepare for our second policy panel. And yeah. All right, so I guess we are ready, and then the chair will be Filippo Di Mauro, who is the founder and the director of CompNet. And then together with Filippo, I would like to invite Mihnea. I think we can sit in the order. Filippo, if you don't mind taking the, whichever, first chair, and then Mihnea is taking the second one. And then Felice Onsal, please. Vladas Algirdas Bumelis and Agne Klimavičienė. Okay, so I leave it to you, Filippo.
Yes. So, okay. Talking about productivity, we must be extremely productive because we are 4. We were supposed to be having an hour. Now it's like 50 minutes. So, but we will manage this, right? So, and actually, the additional thing is that there have been a lot of discussions already. So, I think we want to be as complementary as possible to the things that have been said before, and also adding for some aspects that we did not cover so far, right? So I think that the beauty of this panel in particular is that this is different from the others. So we have a representative of the central bank, Minea Constantinescu. We have the OECD, so Felice Urzal, and then we have 2 members of the private sector. So that is for us relatively new. So thank you very much for coming. And so we are going to have, in a way, the public perspective, yet again, but also the private perspective. And the second thing I want to sort of underline is that we want to be maybe in these 50 minutes more like sort of policy-oriented. So what are the practical things that we need to do in order to sort of take up all the issues that we have been hearing so far, right? So I think what I do is just to break the ice, you have like 2-3 minutes pitch, just to say, what are you up to, what is the issue for you, and then we'll start with 4 or 5 more specific questions. So why don't I start with you, please? Just tell us what is, where you're coming from, what is your sort of pitch in terms of what are the most important issues that, from your perspective, are sort of relevant in this topic.
So first, I am not banker. I am biotechnologist, so really for me, it's not easy to talk here with the nice bankers, but because it was a request to be short, so really I will be short also. So I am in biotech area, in biotechnology, and in Lithuania, we strongly believe that, we do not have gold, oil, gas, anything. We have only people. And biotech, because, it's a very simple area. You have a brains, you could make money. So really our philosophy it is through brains to make money. And we are looking how to be, because conference it is about competitiveness, how to be more efficient, how to have a better brains, how to have a better talents to do it. And because, I don't like to talk only about biotech, because in Lithuania we have a few another areas which I strongly believe we could develop, but we don't like to develop in Lithuania everything. If you are developed everything, you are developed nothing. So we should segregate some areas where we are strong and to continue to do it. It's my short presentation.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Felix, please, to give us your pitch.
Yeah, thank you. It's difficult to add to discussion, so much has been said already. Yours was very interesting. But other than that, us economists have been repeating the same theme. Just because the theme is small open economy, just to let me indicate the 2 dimensions where the small open economies are a little bit different than the rest of bigger Europe, let's say. because there are small, I mean, at the aggregate, of course, it's still, you can classify as small open economy, but there are some that are smaller. First is, of course, the trade dimension, and with countries like Lithuania and some other small open economies, smaller economies in Europe, are much more exposed to trade tensions, geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions. We have seen this during the COVID period. And of course, there are a lot of things to be done there, especially, of course, deepening the links with the European Union and act as a united community is going to help, but also some other things in a little bit more resilience, investing a bit more resilience on the supply chains. Of course, it should be in the place, and of course, innovation there is the most important element to it, because it always helps. And second part of the challenge for small open economies, of course, is the financial side. Whatever you have seen in the Draghi report saying that Europe needs financing, you need to multiply that with at least 3-4 for smaller economies, because they are much more bank-based. In fact, the financial assets as a share of GDP for smaller economies like Baltics is about a third of the rest of European Union. So we are talking about even smaller pot that could be allocated for innovation, for productivity, for investment. However, I should also mention that there are various streams of hope. First is, of course, the technology and digital. When we look at the digital investment, software, data, hardware, we see that Lithuania, along with Czech Republic and Estonia, are actually one of the pioneers. We see double-digit investment rates compared to 2-3%, 3-4% in Europe. But of course, there again, the scalability is going to be important, and for sure it has an impact. Especially, we have been discussing productivity. When you talk about productivity, scalability is the essential element to it. And then, of course, AI, because this is one of the recent hopes that we have for productivity growth. Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, but the potential is there. And again, there we see that AI adoption among firms is actually pretty well. Data infrastructure, digital infrastructure in small open economies in Europe is doing pretty well. But even there, for the trade angle, in order to benefit from also AI developments happening in the rest of the world, small open economies even more forcefully need to develop their AI adoption, and of course trying to maximize their trade gains. We actually calculated that the productivity gains from AI in an international context is about double of what countries can gain domestically. So I stop here.
Thank you. Please.
Yeah. Okay, hello. Pleasure to be here on the stage with honored panelists. Very briefly, I'm from Invest Lithuania, so it's part of the public sector. Our organization is under the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, so we attract foreign companies to Lithuania. And the problem, actually, that we are currently solving is how to attract 30 billion in capital investment by 2030. So we have less than 5 years for that, for this very, very, very ambitious goal. So it's also to some extent related with productivity. And of course, being a small economy, Lithuania, we are not in the power position. That's obvious. But we also have our competitive advantages, and it's a paradox, because as we see it, one of them is also related with our size, with being small. Because being small, we can be much more agile, flexible, and faster. And with Invest Lithuania, when I'm meeting new foreign companies, considering various locations for the European expansion, considering 5, 6, 7 different countries in the region, it's not actually a lot that we can offer. Our talent pool is limited. We do not have plenty of resources. The talent is very good, but it's not cheap any longer. So what we are offering the speed. And we say the companies that in Lithuania, you can be a big fish in a small pond. And you know what? The companies actually like that. To give you a very practical example, just a couple of months ago, Lithuanian Parliament has adopted a set of legislative amendments which basically is a legislative framework that we call investment highway. Investment highway is meant for major investors investing millions in capex in various fields, including advanced manufacturing. And this legislative framework allows the companies to basically to start constructing, to start building without construction permit. It might save loads of time, so you can actually start your investment project within a few months, and you can finish the project in a year or two. So we will see how it works, if it is really a year or two, but usually all these investment projects, they take years. They might take up to 10 years. So this is our competitive advantage. I believe it is related with our size. And yeah, we'll see how it will develop in the near future, but the policy advice would be fast and be very specific with your goals.
Oh, very convincing. By Lithuania. So, Minea, please.
Yes, as I was listening to my colleague in Lithuania, I was wondering what else can we do in Moldova, because we're also a small open economy without any competitive advantage, but I feel Lithuania has a lot of competitive advantage. So Moldova is, if you look at Moldova now, it's a competitive trap in a sense, and it has all the features of a sort of a fractal problem. Once you start looking at the stagnating productivity, you realize that it's an industrial policy problem that was never solved 30 years ago when the Soviet Union dissolved. Lithuania had, like most Baltics, a clear goal. That goal was not there for Moldova. So we didn't have the capital and the know-how, because the capital comes in with access to know-how, to access to global value chains. We never climbed that global value chain. So if you look in agriculture and manufacturing, the productivity levels are very, very small, and then the growth rates of these productivity levels are very slow. Of course, we're looking at success stories, and I would say one of the things that the Baltics have had, and everybody said it here, it's yes, capital, but it's also this agility, flexibility. If we look at Estonia, if we look at Lithuania, it's the ability of the government that was actually an asset, the ability to coordinate certain policies, to open in certain areas. It's a bet. I think we're looking more or less at a similar strategy, but we have to find that complementary asset from the private sector. So, you know, digitalization in Estonia meant not only that you do things faster in the government or cheaper, but you make life much easier for all companies in the economy. So that's the 3 minutes.
Thanks for the pitch. So now what we do, we divide it in two broad areas. So we do more the macro part, and you will be taking the lead. So you may be taking more like a non-EU perspective for your, and but still having in mind the small open economy issue. So I think one thing, again, going into the more into specific recommendation, you know, the issue is remaining competitive in an increasing fragmented sort of global economy, which needs a lot of, you know, attention to resilience. So what are the things that we should do? So why don't you take the lead on that, and then we have also opening the floor in the middle on this macro perspective. Please go ahead.
Thanks. No, I agree that, of course, being small brings agility, and if it is used properly, but these gains are not automatic, as the governor mentioned at the beginning. There are many various policy levers. One of the things that we have been emphasizing at the OECD, and this also came quite a bit to the forefront with the Draghi report, is the regulatory barriers, of course, that the countries should be working on trying to do a smart regulation, and especially within the European Union, of course, improving the single market, eliminating the barriers to services, also in the digital markets are extremely important. And this goes beyond the services. When we look at the FDI restrictions, they're actually much higher in small open economies in Europe or otherwise. So these, you know, of course, given the need for attracting global capital for scaling up, you know, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with at the highest level. And of course, the general macroeconomic environment also plays a role. Now, many of the global economy, we are facing a heightened uncertainty, which much more than, let's say, 10 years ago, or even more recently. And this is bringing a drag on growth and productivity. When we did some simulations at the OECD and show that if we could bring the policy uncertainty, just the levels in 2015, 2017, business investment by the end of 2026 will be double of what we're expecting today. So these are really big numbers. Of course, for small open economies, some of these uncertainty will be external, like in many other economies. But domestic policymakers should not add to this uncertainty by adding, the policy uncertainty. It's very important to be credible and transparent on what you do. And in that sense, especially in terms of the new technologies like AI, I think this new regulatory environment in Europe shaping up in terms of AI Act and in some other elements on sort of moving towards more smart regulation, I think is a welcome development. I stop here.
Yeah, maybe you take...
Yeah, so I'm supporting very much this uncertainty issue, but I would say that if we go to the root of it, at least in Moldova, we've had large and frequent shocks in energy prices, and this was felt immediately in the economy. Now, I like very much AI, I think it's the future, but we talk very little about innovation in boring industries such as electricity production, storage, distribution, and so on and so forth. And I think there's lots that we could do here. Before we start powering up the data centers for AI and so on and so forth, we have to ask ourselves, what are we going to provide them with? This also helps all the other, I would say, industrial sectors that are very energy intensive. So here, this is a very valid point. A lot of the local firms in Moldova stopped investing in capital as soon as they've seen these very large shocks, realizing they can't price their products. Of course, we also have the geopolitical tensions, and as soon as the war in Ukraine started, many firms considered moving the activities that could be moved outside. On the macro side, I would say that here Lithuania can teach us something. So, Gediminas, if you remember, some 10 years ago, the agricultural sector was saying that the litas is too strong. We need to have some relaxation because we need to export and to get more revenue. And Lithuania did the smart thing. It pushed towards improving the quality of the output. It said, okay, let's not export apples, but let's export apple juice, products for babies, etc. It's the same component, but it needs more capital, it needs more knowledge, it needs more marketing. And I would say this is one of the secrets, not to give in to the short response, but to try to build for the longer term. It requires a lot of political commitment to that strategy, so that you don't want to make this capital come in and then say go out, because it will never come in a second time. For us, EU integration finally provides this clarity, and I hope we can build some of these strategies based on the lessons from other small open economies.
So, what is the private sector perspective on this topic? So therefore,
I believe that for small economies, all of us, we would like to be leaders everywhere, but unfortunately, we could not be leaders everywhere. And if we want to be leaders everywhere, we will be leaders never, ever. So my understanding, we should concentrate on something, and to have some areas which we are quite strong, and we should develop, and we should be leaders. So, and if to have a look in Lithuania, economy is not too bad. And why? Because my understanding, Lithuanians do quite good strategic decisions in beginning of when we get once again independent, because we invest a lot of money, and especially European money, in high tech. And it was an investment in high tech, in biotechnology, in IT, Later on, maybe, Lithuanian bank don't like too much, fintech, but fintech, it's a nice area right now, and, and we are one of leader in European Union in fintech. So we have a few areas which it is a strategy of Lithuania, where we would like to continue to be a leaders, to do innovations, and one of them it is biotechnology. And tell me how many countries here it is in Europe who have already 3% of GDP from modern biotech. Not too many. And Lithuania, it's one of countries what we are making this 3% already today, and being very enthusiastic people, we are telling that in 2030s we will make 5% of from modern biotechnology. So it's mean 5%. In 2030, I believe that our GDP will be around 100 billion. So really, it will be necessary to make a 5 billion from modern biotech. It's not easy, but when we have a strategy how to achieve, and strategy it is to build a big industry, big life science industry, and how we could build. To build a life science industry, it's necessary to invest around 1, 2, or 3 billions today. So how to get this money, and how to attract investors this money? Oh. I am looking today this iPhone, and it is announced that Mr. Trump will for Europeans give 100% of taxes on pharmaceuticals. So it is good news. No, it's bad news. And in my understanding, it will help investors to come here to Europe and to invest from United States or from wherever. No, it will be not good news, but maybe it is only permanent. Maybe tomorrow will be something different. Nobody knows. So, but my understanding it is we should concentrate on something, and only in such a case we will be successful.
To follow up on that, Adras, just to understand and really get from your experience. So. Which could be possibly used with other, in other small open economies. What was the reason why you concentrated in biotech, and so why is going, was the policy of the government, or because there was a particular combination of whatever factors here? What's?
No, it's a little historically because still in past time. Biology and biotech, it was some beginning of industry, and because we are Lithuanians, scientifically orientated nation. We like science.
Fair enough.
and I could tell that we do good innovations. Being a so small country. Let's say, now everyone knows about CRISPR, to how to cut some genes, and some Americans get, they get a Nobel Prize on it. But our Professor Shikshnis was one of inventors. We was not so keen, to promote our Professor Shikshnis, why we did not get a Nobel Prize, but everyone recognized us. So really, being scientific-orientated nation, so really, we are coming to areas when it's needed to have a lot of scientific background. So why biotech? It is one. I don't know how fintech. Also, hopefully, it needs some brains, and so really, fintech, lasers, and some others. What's it is. In Lithuania quite strong, and we believe that we will continue to do. Maybe I try to answer it.
Very good. Agnes, what is your perspective on that sort of issue?
I do not want to repeat myself because lots of actually very good ideas were already mentioned. But just very briefly on fintech, because it's kind of personal for me as well, because I have been working with global fintechs with Invest Lithuania for the last 3 years. So I used to go to global conferences to the US, Singapore, other countries, and meeting all those companies, and then pitching Lithuania, actually, explaining them what they can find here in our country. And you know what? It was also fintech. I think we are on the global fintech map. Countries knows us, other countries, other people, professionals in fintech knows us. So you do not have to explain where we are geographically. So even from the branding perspective, for small countries, it's very important actually to be recognized globally. So for that, We are. So we have to give credits, and this is one of the examples what outcomes you can get being very specific with some specific sector and investments flowing in this sector.
Thank you very much. I want to keep the audience involved because we are approaching lunch, but I want you awake. So is there any one or two questions? This is a very new kind of panel that we have. Is there any burning question? Maybe on Lithuania? Curiosity? Go ahead, please.
So I have one question.
Yes. Wait. Just 1 second. Thanks for participating.
So, Mr. Bumelis, since you have manufacturing points in USA, in Massachusetts, why are you scared of tariffs? Don't you think that you could convert for a little to non-cost to USA and manufacture pharmaceuticals there completely?
No, for sure I will do it. But I am not quite sure that everyone could do it immediately because, it's many companies who have only, production of pharmaceuticals only in Europe. And, just last week I passed FDA inspection, and so was my customer, one who would like to sell in the United States, because United States is a great market, and it is a huge market. In my area, 70% of my market, it is United States of America. So really, everything is possible, but it's not easy to adapt immediately when today it is 25th, on September. And from 1st of October, someone are telling to you, you will have 100 taxes on your product. So it is a little, a little too much dynamic.
So what will be the outcome for Lithuanian market? Will Lithuania suffer from this?
I hope that it will be, because it's not so big, because still Lithuania pharmaceutical market, it's not so big, and we are not selling too much in the United States, but we are selling. It is few biotech companies, it is 1 or 2 pharmaceutical companies, so impact will be. Because just I have a look to this nice equipment, and still I am a little shocked. But later on I could tell to you, what will be impact.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So, thanks for the question. So, let's go into some further reflection on going deeper on what was said before. There was some discussion of being a small open, you weren't there, Governor, but the issue was, okay, we are in a small open economy, but in a sense we are in Europe, so it's also big. So what is the interaction between being small open economy and being actually integrated in a market which is much larger, of course? So what are the trade-offs and things to take into consideration on a policy front? Maybe, Mine, I'm looking at you just because, because you're a friend.
I would say I would make a distinction here. So we're a little bit at the hinterland of Europe, and we're doing everything not to become periphery. I think the story of integration in global value chains could be very valuable also when we talk about defense industry. The previous panel talked about this. There's still a little bit of manufacturing flair in all of the Central Eastern European countries. But there's one thing that's quite different here, because defense R&D almost never spills over into civilian, because it stays secret with very good reasons. Non-defense R&D normally spills over, and there is a paper recently published, Moretti, says about 1% increase in public R&D leads to 0.5% crowding in from private companies. This leads to little TFP growth. But for us, even just being able to do a one-time jump and go into the global value chain, doing one little element, so this used to work for cars, maybe it works also for dual-use products that go there. I think this is an area that can be interesting, not the least because we're very close to the war zone. So just as Ukrainian drone industry was mentioned, proximity, it was a liability until now. Maybe we can turn it into an asset.
Felix, you want to take?
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think again, so we, at the risk of repeating ourselves, of course. Yes. Yeah, so of course, eliminating the barriers within Europe is extremely important. We have been talking about scale. You mentioned the US, but Europe also has a certain scale if we eliminate all these barriers within Europe. And this was put out, we can't put a number on it from the report, what is the cost for Europe having these in some ways implicit and some ways explicit barriers. But also that, for overall, more broadly, for small open economies, we should not also forget that there's a credibility element of being in European Union for countries like Lithuania. Because we have talked about the financing needs, right? So it's a banking-based system. But in some other small open economies, I am from Turkey, and you can imagine the risk premium that the companies need to pay when they would like to borrow in Turkish liras. That is not something even possible. And just the amount of money that's wasted in risk premium in other small open economies that have their own currency, which of course in some external conditions may provide some shock absorber, but in some others it's not, especially when you think about global shocks, global supply shocks. It's very difficult to manage the exchange rate in those environments, so being in European Union part of it, of course, it provides and already some endogenous buffers. However, we should not forget that we haven't talked too much fiscal here in the conference, and being in Europe of course, it adds a lot in terms of credibility, but there's a fiscal element to it, and there's, we need to put a certain strong fiscal framework and try to regularize things. This is going to be very difficult because on the one hand, we all talk about the investment needs. Of course, we talk about the need for innovation, the need for defense spending. We are not even going deeper into climate. So these are all going to need some spending, but we should not ignore that there are fiscal risks that, and within Europe, we don't have such unification. And so the risks are there, and I hope that this doesn't turn into not credibility, but on the other hand, some risks for small open economies in Europe.
Thanks a lot. Badlas, so you were telling us that therefore you may obviously be affected by any crazy tariff. On the other hand, it's very good, okay. What the issue of you being sort of in a sector which is growing, and then in the context of the continent, Europe, I mean, sort of the relation between Lithuania and Europe in this respect. So.
Thank you very much. You are so kind. No, this one, it's okay. So really, I strongly believe that in Europe it should be more coordination of European programs, because, still sometimes we are very local, and we are not looking for Europe like one big and very strong area. And in such a case, we are losing this competitive advantage. And the same from my area, let's say in biotechnology. Still today, we do not have a global strategy how we would like to develop, modern biotechnology. And it is some local issues, it is maybe some good, let's say scientific programs like Horizon. Now I heard that in European Union, in European Commission, they are starting to establish maybe some global for Europe biotech program, which will be very clear what we would like to have, where it is better, to concentrate and to have some best industries in this area. So in this case, what we are doing, we are being, we are never telling that we are small and we are, not famous. We are maybe not so big, but very important. So it is our strategy in Lithuania. And being important, what we are doing? We are doing, of course, in good cooperation with many European countries, starting from Nordic, coming to still not too much with Turkey, but we are trying to do joint projects and to be, how to tell, you know, to integrate all our knowledge which we have in Lithuania to put this knowledge, you know, also like added value for Europe, but to take something also what Europeans have, also to take like what you are telling, best practice, so really to use in Lithuania. So once again, I strongly believe that in Europe, if you want to be as strong in this modern technologies, it is a future. Today we are not so good, you know, in biotechnology. Americans, it's much better. Chinese already also, you know, it is much better compared with Europe. You know, Indians are coming. So really, but biotech, why I like this biotech? Because 21st century, it is a century of biologics. When we know all genome, you know, we could understand what's happened with you, you know, in future, everything. So really, it is a huge area. Everyone likes this artificial intelligence. Of course, artificial intelligence will be like an instrument, but not a mainstream, you know, in different technologies, what will come. So it is we need more coordination and to have a more, you know, clear strategy. Every time, you know, I don't like too much to talk about strategy. I like more to talk about strategic discipline. Because when we are making strategy, we should follow strategic discipline. Because sometimes, you know, we are making strategy and putting, you know, to shelf. And everyone forget about it. So really, if we will keep the strategic discipline, I am quite sure that in high tech and future of European Union, it is high tech. Only one issue and one, you know, stream what could help us. Maybe I am wrong.
Thank you, Alex. Agnes, maybe you want to add something on this Lithuanian versus European perspective?
Yeah, so it's probably about cooperation and if we compete or we cooperate with each other. So, of course, for the small economies, you have no other option. Of course, you have an option, but it's too costly not to cooperate, and it's essential to be part of bigger alliances, bigger groups and institutions and frameworks, including European Union. Yes, we like to compete, but yeah, our competitors are usually our neighbors, including Latvia and Estonia, and we are sometimes happy to announce that Revolut is in Lithuania or Rheinmetall is Lithuania, and we help to land those companies to Lithuania. But just yesterday, I've read the news that Rheinmetall is now in Latvia as well. So this competition is, you know, it's not a real competition, I would say. It gives some energy, but without cooperation, you cannot really go forward. What I have been observing recently is that there are very interesting initiatives and cooperation in this Nordic region. Even we at Invest Lithuania, when we say who you are, where you come from, and what is Lithuania, also we say we are part of Nordic countries, Nordic. Oh, and they are then the companies, they are convinced actually, Nordic, okay, that works. But it's not only about the rebranding or about calling ourselves one or another. It's about intensifying relations, I would say, that we see in all levels, political, economic, defense, and investment. And we might see some very interesting alliances or partnerships being born in this Nordic region very soon, I believe.
Okay, so I have now a last question to the panel, and then audience, be prepared to ask questions. So the last question actually for the panel is very much related to that. We have been talking about high tech, and great to hear about this sort of niche where you are, growing niche of development. But then being a small open economy, of course, and talking about IT development, research and development, of course, you may have an issue of size. I mean, so how much it costs to be independent in developing this strategy versus actually importing this strategy, this research, right? So I was wondering if there is a way we can maybe starting with Minea. So what would be, you know, the policy take on this perspective?
I think, so depending how you're small, depending whom you're comparing yourself to. Other small Eastern European economies like Hungary and Romania first outsourced. So they didn't have to worry about the final product. They worried about solving technical problems for other people. This worked very well for about 10, 15 years. In the meantime, some of these entrepreneurs said, can we do better? But they had to learn how to read the market, because Chad was saying, you know, you can do lines of code, but who's going to use them? And the part of using them is where we generally lack when we start the development strategies. So I think this could work. I'm not so sure about IT right away, because if it did happen, these companies were already there or moved somewhere in Europe. They're highly mobile. We've seen, for example, during the war, many Ukrainian startups moving the vast majority of their developers, first in Moldova, then maybe to Poland or Romania. So with these very, very mobile, intangible, you have to focus on the final product. And it's very, I would say it's a risky strategy, because we lack all the marketing and the smart reading of the final consumer. That said, we need to build it, definitely, and probably solving some government problem with the use of IT can also promote then a secondary ecosystem of companies that say, look, we solved this problem for the government in Moldova, maybe we can solve it for someone else. And they can become providers of software, of services, of consulting. So most of the time we talked about the private sector, but again, if we go to Estonia, this digital system created a whole series of companies that knew how to manage digital signatures, databases. They looked into the legal problems. They looked into the commercial side. And you could take that as a package. That's why, and take it somewhere else. That's why now, for example, we're looking at the integrated package of Estonian digital government. And that's a product. And that product is sustained by many, many companies, private companies. And this was, again, the openness of the government to work differently, to think differently.
Interesting perspective. So maybe Agnes, you want to continue on that?
Yeah, so when it comes to AI and IT, I think it has two sides. So when the war actually started, many asked us at Invest Lithuania if companies are not scared now, foreign companies in Lithuania, if they're not leaving. And to be honest with you, none of the companies relocated or closed down their Lithuanian offices because of the war or geopolitical reasons. That was not the case. But there were some cases when companies actually relocated their offices and they left Lithuania. But actually the core reason why they did that was restructuring and replacing some of the functions with AI and automation. So it's one of the side effects, AI and automation. You will not need low value added functions. On the other hand, you will need a talent, actually, and skilled talent, very skilled talent, to know how to deploy all those very sophisticated tools in their businesses for their needs. So it's it's still about the talent, and as a small economy, we have to help to soft land all those highly skilled persons to our country and help them contribute to our economy.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
please.
Just to add two perspectives that are, I think, complementary. First, on policy coordination, I think Mihai also mentioned this policy coordination also in the energy security is essential. You know, we cannot have all the European countries start investing in energy by themselves without a European strategy. For innovative firms, you know, one of the things that, of course, we talked about the broader financing conditions, but when it comes to intangibles, because you cannot use them as a collateral. So that's even a bigger problem for digital firms, for innovative firms, for firms that would like to do research and development. This is, of course, in some cases, a very justified externality, and government comes and subsidizes some sectors that they think they are strategically important, but then for small open economies, there are cases that then the companies leave and then the government is left with whatever they spend. Now, of course, there are maybe different ways of doing it. Many countries are starting to think of more of a guarantees rather than subsidies for these type of innovative firms. But you know, I think there are maybe certain reasons that where this needs to be done, but maybe in a way to protect the public finances as much as possible. In terms of the skill shortages for innovative firms, we do observe that there are two critical areas where European firms face labor shortages. The one is on the one end of the distribution, very high-tech firms that are intensive in research and development. 80% of these firms report severe labor shortages, 80%. And so this is for high-skilled tech research and development. And on the other end of the distribution, where we face the labor shortages is the low-paid jobs because of really bad working conditions. So it seems that, you know, there is, on the one hand, we are stuck in not being able to offer good working conditions, and we face labor shortages, and on the other hand, there's this high-tech firms, and it's not working for the labor market. So it's also that I think when we are connecting all these dots, finance, innovation, government policies, education, we should think of a broader, comprehensive strategy, because this piecemeal approaches is not going to work. If you want to support your digital high-tech firms, but you don't have skills in the economy, it doesn't work. So just wanted to highlight that, you know, there's a broader thinking that needs to be behind this.
Vladas, please.
Yeah, so really, I am not expert in IT, and I am not expert in artificial intelligence. So I could not comment too much here. But what I would like to comment that in my understanding, in my life, I never suggest to people to concentrate on product. And every time my recommendation it is to concentrate on technology. And I could give to you example from my life. You know, on Yelis 18th, I was producing already biotech product and decided to sell in nice country with the name China. I come to China and to tell, look, my friends, I have excellent product. You know, I will produce and you will sell. You know what Chinese tell to me? Oh, no, Vladas. We will not sell your product, but we are ready to get your technology. We will get your technology, we will produce the product, you know, and we will share, you know, a little business. So really, Chinese was doing everywhere the same. And why they are strong? Because they never tell that we will buy fish, but every time we will buy fishing equipment. They was doing, and so why they are, you know, great economy right now. My understanding in Europe and European, you know, still we sometimes likes to too much concentrate already on product, but we are not looking how to produce this product, how to have a technologies, how to use these technologies to produce product. So it's my comment. It's not IT, it's not artificial intelligence.
Yeah. No, actually it was not so much on all the IT. It was more like research and development. Your area, of course, is highly scientific. I was wondering if you can tell us how you manage your own research and development, you know, your professors, your scientists, versus something that you can acquire from.
Well, you know, I strongly believe that for us, a very clever nation like Lithuanians, we could not be too much involved in basic research. Because basic research, it is for huge nations. But you know, what we could do and we are doing, we should do and to use as much as we can applied research. And I am doing a lot, you know, I am using a lot of applied research. What it is? I am using knowledge what's already it is announced to use for technology development and to make a product. So my understanding it is a future for us, and we could do it because for basic research it's needed, you know, billions and billions if you want to find something. So really, I am using IT, yes I am. I am using, you know, artificial intelligence, slowly, step by step.
Okay, thank you. So, audience time. Please come up and a few questions, otherwise we don't go for lunch, huh? No, just a couple of questions. Go ahead, please. So, any subject that were not covered before, something comes to your mind? Go ahead, Andreas. Andreas Reinstaller, please.
So just No, just because we're really very much talking about the Lithuanian case, I would also be interested on let's say the regional spillovers with which were there or were not there with the Nordics. Now, as you're basically seen as the Nordics, so what was the influence there?
Yeah. Also, actually, I call Dermot Coates. Where is he? Okay, maybe you tell us just in a minute the Irish perspective, right? So, is there anything that you can add to the discussion that we did on Baltics?
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks very much for calling on me, and well done to all the panelists. It's a really interesting discussion. What I'm really struck by was the references to flexibility and agility as really being the hallmarks and strengths for small open economies, because that's very much been part of our experience, where the Government of Ireland has been able to set a directive or a path forward to say we are going to focus on life sciences, semiconductors, aircraft leasing, certain niche sectors where you can build out an expertise, because the rest of the world doesn't know us anything. All small economies learned this very early on. You have to compete, you have to go out into that global market. One area I'm really interested in at the moment is the green energy transition. Ireland, like a number of countries that were mentioned here, there is not a lot of natural resources, no oil, no gas, no gold. We do have 220 million acres of ocean footprint. Our ocean footprint is 10 times the size of the island. And this is an area strategically we're investing in and moving towards, which is green energy production, so offshore wind production. And as part of that, we're now building interconnectors to continental Europe. That shows, I think, there's a vision, a foresight, an ambition element that small open economies really need to cling to. Because by building these interconnectors, we're setting out a future vision where we can export energy. We're not going to do it this year, we're not going to do it in 5 years' time, but in 20, 30 years, once we've built out that technology. But again, the role is for the state, and I think this has been mentioned here. The state has to be clever. I think Vlad has made a point really well. If you try to do everything, you're not going to do anything. So you've got to focus on very specific areas. The state has a key role to play, but it should try to harness in investment and expertise from the private sector rather than displacing it. But I think a lot of the issues being raised here are really, we've the identical discussions in Ireland. Thanks.
Very good, thanks a lot. So basically at this point we have a final pitch. Everybody, you have 1 minute to respond to the question as well as to remake your point so that we have something to think about over lunch. Go ahead, Mina.
Yes, so I don't want to stay between them and lunch.
No, it's just 1 minute.
Small together is equal to big.
Sorry again?
Small together is equal to big.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall I continue?
Sure,
yeah.
try.
So I think I will also need a minute. Be, as a small nation, be fast, agile, and specific.
Okay. So Felix.
I would say comprehensive strategic policy frameworks that are, that so much thinking goes in West Lithuania, and all this, all the government agencies working together, not necessarily to throw money out in the space, but really working on the regulatory space, good competitive policies, education systems, and innovative ways to bring more capital to small open economies. I think that's the way to go.
Vladas, the last word.
I believe that in Europe we have a nice slogan. We are telling, be slow and you will be fast. And in my understanding, it's completely wrong. So, and I would like to suggest that in Europe, we will do like Americans are doing. Americans have 3 words: speed, speed, speed. So I would recommend to have this 3 speed, and especially not for all Europe, but especially for small nations like we are. We should be speed, speed, speed. So it is my wish.
I love that. That's fantastic. So thank you very much. Thank you. An applause.
right, so I think we should restart, not to be too lazy after lunch. And we are moving to the fourth academic session, this time on environment, and I would like to invite Javier for the chair of the session, and then the first presenter, Fatih, okay. So, yeah.
Okay, this works. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed a nice break and coffee and the little lunch. And so we're going to get started with the fourth session of the day, very much focused on the environment. And so we're going to start now with Fatih Özkurt, who's going to talk to us about fueling the future, macro-level impacts of environmental thought firm level response, through firm-level response. Go ahead, take it away.
I'll take the stage. All right, thank you so much for organizers to including our paper. So this is a joint work with the CompNet itself. Thanks to Filippo for the initiative that we are working on this project with Marcelo on the CompNet side. He's also like graduate, he's a PhD student from the Geneva Graduate Institute. So this is a preliminary work, it's a work in progress still. So we are so happy to hear and get some feedback from you guys after the presentation as well. So since we are at the OECD, we have to make this announcement. So the views expressed here are those of the authors, do not represent necessarily those of the OECD. So with that, let me start my presentation. So this project, so the transition to lower carbon economy is essential for a couple of reasons. So one of them is to reduce the greenhouse emissions, and then also the mitigating the risks and then the challenges that are coming through the effects of the climate change. So the rising sea levels and all of those kind of things can be problematic. So, but transitioning to lower carbon economy will help us to mitigate some of those challenges. And also to reach the net zero by 2050, so we have to cut the emissions. This is quite important and ambitious target. But from the Europeans' perspective, since this is a European conference, it's also important from the competitiveness perspective from the Europeans, because in the Draghi report, it has been mentioned a couple of times during this conference, it says that European firms are paying 2 to 3 times more on their electricity compared to American firms, and 5 to 6 times on the natural gas prices compared to American firms. So even shifting from natural gas to electricity as an input, the European firms can benefit from that. And then Frank, yesterday from the European Commission, he mentioned the big energy challenge the European firms are facing. So this is also competitiveness issue for the Europeans. So the policymakers, implemented a wide range of environmental policies. So they introduced emission standards on nitrogen, on carbon. They also introduced carbon taxes itself, and then there are some subsidies related to new technologies. So here on this figure, I like to show you at the OECD, we like to have indexes. So this is an index that tries to measure environmental policy stringencies across the OECD member states and plus several key partners for the OECD. So on the left panel, I'm showing the cross-country differences between this EPS. In 2000 and in 2020, in blue, that is the latest data point that we have. And this changes across the country, but what we see overall is that this index has increased. So this means that, so by the way, this index ranges from 0 to 6, 6 being the most stringent environmental policies, and then this 0 is the weaker environmental regulation. So today's talk will be based on country that is the most stringent in our sample in France. And on the right panel, you guys see this, the EPS index for France over time. On the left-hand side, you have this EPS, and on the right-hand side, you have the changes of the EPS. So we have big spike in 2005, which is where the EU ETS was introduced. So this will be our benchmark study, like the lab analysis that we will be doing this study. We will be focusing on France, even though we haven't access to data from Austria and Slovenia, Portugal, and Germany right now with the CompNet. So in this paper, we're going to leverage firm-level data, thanks to CompNet, which is superior on several aspects when it comes to energy module, because we can see the fuel expenditures by fuel type, the expenditure on fuel type, and then also consumption. So you can recover the prices, the implicit prices that the firms are facing at the firm level, which is superior compared to other firm-level data sets compared to Orbis. And then using this beautiful data set, we try to answer two big questions. Do environmental policies that we see that I highlight and show cross-country, do they raise the price of high-carbon fuel prices relative to low-carbon fuels? So this is important to give the signaling, the mechanism for the firms to make the high-carbon prices more expensive compared to low ones. And does this also vary across firms? We will be showing that, this effect. And do relative price changes influence firms' energy mix toward more clean energy sources? So that is the outcome, right? So they might see the prices, but maybe they don't see the behavior in terms of the energy consumptions. So these are the questions that we will be tackling in this paper. So when it comes to literature, so there is like a nice big literature and growing literature on this topic. So I try to like put them into like some categories here. Using some firm-level data, the energy prices and firm-level outcomes. This can be like emissions and the carbon emissions, or the efficiency or employment or investment, any type of firm level that you can ever imagine. People are working on that. And also at the sectoral level, they're also working on this. So, but what we're trying to bring to the table for this paper is we focus on the relative prices as a price signaling mechanism. So the previous literature, they take these environmental policies and they think that environmental policies will always increase the prices of this energy. And then they take, from there on, they try to like understand the effects of environmental policies by regressing the prices of this energy in totality to the outcome variables they're interested in. First of all, we are not so sure if this is true. Does the policies make the dirty energy more expensive relative to the cleaner energy? We will be looking into that in this paper. Okay? People take this as like a starting point, but we will be showing that if it is true. So preview of the results. So it's good. So the literature is right. So it's comforting that stricter environmental policies raises the relative price of high carbon fuel compared to lower ones. But this price adjustment is less pronounced for larger energy consuming firms. So this is quite important. Like the effects are not going to be uniform across the firm distribution. The larger firms, the firms who consume a lot of energy, will be less affected by these policies. But actually, the policy should target those guys because they are the biggest emitters. But the good news, again, so we always have bad news and the good news. The good news is that this differential effect between this large firms and the small firms will diminish over time, which is good for the policymakers. And then the policy impacts on this energy pricing and firm behavior, this unfolds gradually. So like, we should not be so, make aggressive policies and then try to see the effects of the policies right away. So it might take some time. You have to be cautious. So outline for the rest of the talk for today is going to be, I'm going to like talk about this data and the empirical strategy. And then I will go through some of the results that we have. And then this is going to be, the focus is going to be on the heterogeneous effects on the firms. And then I will talk about the first sets of results are going to be a bit on the correlation studies, I will say. And then we try to do our job better with the exposure and the local projections. We're still working on our IV structure to get a more causal effects. And then I will show some couple of charts and figures on the possible mechanisms that we might have this heterogeneous effects. And then I will conclude my slides. So data and empirical strategy. So we're using, as I said, the granular firm level data from CompNet. So they have an access to this data through their MDI module. France, Portugal, Slovenia, we are currently working on it, and then we are running our codes thanks to Marcelo and then the colleagues at this national productivity boards. So we are running the codes on Austria and Germany. Hopefully we will get them as well. And this data set, as I said, compared to other data providers, we will be able to see the energy expenditures, price times quantity, and then the quantity consumption by fuel type. And then we're going to merge this data set with other firm-level information like balance sheet and to have some controls. And our other data sets, since I'm from the OECD, and then this will be our exposure measure, the EPS, Environmental Policy Stringency Index. So this is an index, of course, it is, the advantage is cross-country, and then it is across time. It is harmonized, so we can use it. And then we have some sectoral level data, and then the empirical strategy. So we will start with the correlation studies a bit more, and then we will show the exposure to these policies through their the intensity of energy that they consume. And then I will show you some of the dynamic effects through the local projections. So the IV is still work in progress. So let me start with some of the highlights of the data work that we did. So despite all the efforts that we see, dirty energy remains cheaper. And that is the first chart that we have. And the transition to clean energy is slow. That is the right chart that we have. On the first chart, we are plotting the energy prices, the mean, for clean versus dirty. So we do see this. And then in the second one, I'm showing this ratio. So we do see this like huge spike in 2005. The policy moved the needle so much in those times with the implementation of EU ETS. But then, even though, remember, the France EPS was rising over time, the relative price didn't change so much. But we do see that that has been some change from firm side to going from dirty energy to cleaner energy as time goes. So here we are looking at our results. On the left panel, you're going to see the results in level terms. So like the study is that, so we're going to increase the EPS 1 unit, and then we will be looking at the relative price in level terms. And on the right-hand side, you are seeing the results in log scale. So the experiment is that if you increase the EPS by 1 percentage point, what will happen? What will happen to the prices? So we have 3 columns for each of these tables. The first one is the relative prices. The second one is the relative consumption of this dirty versus clean. And then the third one is the dirty over clean energy expenditure. So we do see that the 1 unit increase in the EPS index increased the relative price of 5.5 percentage point. And then the consumption has decreased 12. And then the expenditure also decreased. And then on the log scale, you guys can see the effect. So in my rest of the presentation, I will be using the log scale. So the 1% increase in the policies will increase the relative price of this dirt over clean by 0.2%, to 0.2%. So as I said in my slides deck, the focus will be on the analysis on this heterogeneous effects on larger firms and then the smaller firms. So we call them as mega consumers. This was the terminology Filippo come up in our meeting. That was much nicer than what we were calling them before. So the mega consumers are the consumers. They are consuming 90% of this energy in the sample that we have. And these are relatively large firms compared to others, and they employ more people. But one thing also is clear from this picture is that these mega consumers, they rely on dirty energy more than our standard consumers. So the policy should actually target more of these guys, because on the right-hand side, you see the standard consumers that are kind of like stable, around like the 60% of their energy uses coming from the clean sources. And then on the mega consumers, we do see the effects, but the policy should target more of these guys on the left-hand side, because they are the largest consumers. So we do see this effect here. So we are now looking at the effect through the exposure, the EPS times the mega consumer, and then the young and old firm dummy. So we do see that the mega consumers, they are paying, these policies are less effective on these guys. And then on the next slide, I will be showing our strategy for the local projections to see the effects of the over time. So we will be running this log scale, and then compared to previous versions, now we will have this exposure to policies that is at the firm level now, before we were running these regressions, like we were regressing this EPS and the prices, but now we have this exposure to policies through their initial energy intensity or energy consumption, dirty energy consumption. Okay, so now here these results are a bit more causal because we have controlling this exposure to policies and then some other time fixed effects and stuff. So we do see on the left panel the intensity times exposure. So the policies, they increase the relative price, and then the effects of this has been declining over time. On the right panel, you see this triple interaction term. So you have intensity, exposure, and a mega firm. So the one reason that we have this spike in horizon 1 is that the policies were less effective at the beginning on impact for the mega consumers, and then after they were effective, so that picks up and then the effect slows down a bit. So the policies are effective, but it takes some time for these large and mega consumers to be feeling those effects. So then you might ask, so why do we have this differential effect, right? Like why these guys are less affected by the policies? So there are two things that we are thinking of. One is that probably these mega consumers have some bargaining power, so they get the quantity discounts from their suppliers, which is true if we look at the energy prices on the left panel. So I show the energy prices by consumer type. The standard ones are going to be on the dash, and the orange line is the dirty, and then the blue line are going to be the clean energy prices, and then always, as I said, the dashed line is for the standard consumers, and then the solid lines are for the mega consumers. So we do see that this quantity and this bargaining could be there because they're always paying for, not only for dirty energy they pay less, but also they pay less on the clean energy. They might also write these contracts over a long time. So on the right-hand side, what we see is that the standard deviation of these energy prices over 5 years. And then what we see is that, consistent with our story, these are just our observations. We haven't done this empirical analysis on that yet in a regression framework. But we do see that they are facing less price uncertainty. The standard deviation of these energy contracts are lower. And I forgot to mention the spikes that we see in 2022 with the energy price, the energy crisis. So you guys can see that both in the prices that I was showing in the first figure and on the standard deviations that has been rising, this huge shock that we can see in the data as well.
How many there are the megas? How many there are about?
So these guys consume 90% in terms of the sample. They are like 10% of the sample. They constitute the 10% of the sample, but they consume the 90% of this energy in the sample. So for the conclusion, so the stricter policies, they do increase the relative price of high carbon fuels compared to lower ones. But the large energy users experience a weaker price signal. We call this mechanism as a price signaling mechanism through this effect, but this effect it lessens over time, which is good for the policymakers. The policy impacts on firm behavior and energy choices are gradual, so it takes some time, underscoring the need and consistent, well-designed interventions. For the policy recommendations, we suggest implementing targeted measures, given there are heterogeneous effects on the firms, but also keeping and maintaining a stable, but predictable policy framework will help. And then also, this is related to the initiatives and then the work that CompNet is doing, continuing granular firm-level data to assess the policy impact and effectiveness is quite important. With that, I will finish my slide deck. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you keeping on time. Now we have Andreas. I know that you're pressed for time because you have to rush to the airport. So, so thank you both.
2:10. No hard feelings, nothing personal. I just have to fetch my plane. Okay, so thank you very much that I had this opportunity to read this paper, which I thought was very interesting and of course very topical. I think right now we need more research like this. I'm not going to recapitulate on what you have been doing. I think you have presented your research relatively well. I will just go highlight 2 or 3 points where I think maybe in further work you could think a little bit about implications. So let's just first of all this is taken from the paper you cited from the Chezelepet et al., where they just present the EPS. And I think what is important is here to see, this is for the aggregate, but here it's important, I think, to look a little bit at the patterns, what drives the indicator in specific phases of development. And you see that it's first is regulatory. First you see that it's basically regulations, then the market-based thing comes in more slowly and gradually, and after 2006, 2007, you have a sharp increase in this technology support policies. So I mention this because of course, you have shown the market-based policies for France, which show this peak in 2015 when basically the carbon pricing was introduced. And of course, your main interest is also about relative prices. So in that sense, I think it's justified to look at the market-based policies mostly, but maybe it's worth also exploring the results a little bit along the decomposition of these sub-indicators. Because as I will show you, these are the energy balances, or basically the energy mix at the aggregate level for Austria and Germany. And what you see is you have basically intra-fuel substitution. So basically what you call dirty and what you call clean is more complicated in the sense that you have fuel substitution inside the dirty fuels. And this is mostly driven by regulation. And for instance, here for Austria, you see that basically oil and coal is substituted with natural gas, and natural gas is more expensive than coal. So basically that messes up your indicator, which is your dependent variable. So maybe would be good to explore this a little bit further and maybe engage into a kind of modeling exercise where you try first to model in a first stage, so to say, the choice inside each of those groups, and then basically the kind of relative price change which you have been showing us. So that might be one thing which may add to this analysis. And here I show you that it's also true at more disaggregate levels for at sector level and so on. The second thing which you highlight now very much in your presentation is this thing about the mega consumers, and you give it a kind of contractual explanation. You were saying, okay, they are big and they have market power and they have less volatility and they can charge or basically can get lower prices. So now, for the sake of policy interpretation, I think it's very important to be more precise here. If you suppose that is often done in energy research that these users are using a kind of putty clay type of technology. So in the sense, malleable at the moment of choice, but then fixed kind of coefficient once it's installed. And considering that many of these big users are also continuous process firms, that means they are basically consumers of your base load. And that's why they get these specific low prices. They are big, but they also basically consume the base load of most energy producers. And so there's more the technology that drives, so to say, the result and not so much the contract. And that's very important for the implication, because if you say it's the contract, then the implication would be, okay, change the contracts, make them more flexible. But if it's the technology, then of course you need to change the technology. So that's I think it's something to consider. And finally, of course, there is also another way of how firms can react, especially if they are kind of in this kind of rigid technology setting here. These are efficiency estimates we have done on Austrian data for the different sectors, basically from a stochastic frontier analysis. And basically what is interesting here for you is these are the ETS firms. These are your mega consumers, which, as a matter of fact, maybe they don't react through energy substitution or do this on a very long-term basis because they, large investments and so they have long write-off periods and so on. They change their efficiency. So and as a matter of fact, you see that among in those distributions, the large firms, the large and energy-intensive firms, and especially then the ETS firms, are those that are actually most efficient in the sample. You may not like the methodology and SFA and whatever, but at least that is something which has to be considered, and that's also what you hear when you talk to people from industry. They say we have to be efficient because we have basically price disadvantages in energy relative to the rest of the world for already a long time, so we need to be efficient to be also cost competitive. So yeah, that's more or less I think my points to maybe to consider more generally in your work. I think I welcome the effort, and I'm also looking forward to see this applied to Austrian data. I think there is a big power, you know, in doing this kind of cross-country analysis with indicators. Of course, also what I didn't mention before, but what was on the slide is, of course, one issue where you might want to dig deeper, because I know the EPS data, I think, or correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the EPS data, they're also available at a more disaggregated level, or maybe OECD internally. So maybe you could match them even more closely to the firm level you have, because you have now basically country level indicators matched to firms, and so in that sense it's I think will be difficult to get a kind of clear causal interpretation. So that was basically my point, and yeah, and also concerning the EPS indicators themselves. Of course, they are about stringency, because something that might be interesting or interesting to discuss as well is stringency is not everything in environmental policy. It's also policy design, and stringency is not equal enforcement. So basically, you can have the most stringent standards, but if they are not enforced, the policy is just not valid. I think this might then be important when you engage then into this kind of more cross-country exercise, where it would also be good to, you know, at least to tell a story also about the enforcement of these indicators. So that was it, and I will be off, and thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. And good luck getting to the airport. Thank you again very much for the effort and for the rich discussion. All right, let's see some. Maybe if you don't mind, we'll take some questions from the floor to add to the conversation, if there are any. Eric.
So I'm just wondering what the supply effects are on the energy types in France when these policies change. So, you know, pretty much there are global energy prices, but coal will deviate from local because of transportation costs. Certainly natural gas switches depending on whether you're getting it through a big pipeline or through LNG ports. So maybe you should change the way you do it to use average French prices as the benchmark, and then at the firm level do everything relative to the average price for that energy type. That's kind of a way to control, you know, for the movements in the energy price overall, which have probably a lot to do with the supply side, or some other way you control for the supply effects that are induced by the changes in demand. So I kind of worry about confusing those two. The other point I think that Andreas made, which is on the substitution and substitutability, and you've actually, one of the interesting things I find with this firm level energy data is that substitution probably takes more place at a higher level of aggregation and not within the firm. Many firms' energy using technology are single type, and they don't have switchability. And maybe some firms did invest in switchability, but you should decompose the substitution effects into a within firm between type, and then an industry that has more to do with the switches of production across units, which could also be one of the effects intended by policy even that you get. And so you're missing that completely, which could be a very important part.
I have a clarifying question, if I may. So how do you distinguish between these mega users and the standard users? This part I think I missed.
All right. You have a few minutes, 3 minutes to respond.
Sure. Well, thank you for, I mean, he's not here, but that was a great discussion from Andreas. So he touched upon many important topics, the issues that we're still working on it. So as I said, this is like a working paper. We're updating our empirical specification results and even our sample, I will say. Expanding to the analysis, his home country, Austria. As of moment, we are running the codes. So he mentioned that the fuel type, so I'll try to address the comments one by one. So he mentioned the fuel type. So we are lucky in France that we were using electricity as a clean energy, and then, which is true because like most of the electricity is generated through the nuclear energy, which is quite stable, which is one of the advancements of the France. They have a good infrastructure there, and then it's pure clean in that sense. But for the other countries, I take the argument, yes, calling electricity as pure clean. Yeah, we are working on this normalization with Marcelo on that. You know, if we do this analysis for other countries, so not all electricity is clean, so we have to take that as well. Yeah. For the contract story, I mean, we don't have access if these contracts are signed in this way. We don't know if there's a bargaining power. We're just like looking at the data, try to understand, you know, like try to rationalize some of the things that we see in the data. Nothing was causal, it was just like our observations. And then he was also mentioning that maybe these mega consumers, you know, not the price story that we were coming up, but it could be the efficiency or the technology story. Yeah, we try to control this through our control variables and sometimes the firm level fixed effects. To control this, we are trying to do our best. We'll see how the results come up with as well. As I said, we were running the data on the Austria. Okay, and then he mentioned this. The policies are at the country level, so yes, of course, try to create more heterogeneity. We try to like interact this policy variable with the firm level exposure to the policies, with their initial exposure to policy through their energy intensity, we call it the energy expenditure over their value added or some other normalization. He mentioned the stringent policies or the enforcement. Well, I mean, it's a really tough question he's asking. I hope those policies are enforced. We need to check. So really, he mentioned mega consumer classification. So it was based on the energy consumption patterns that they have. So we look at our sample and then we try to like see who consumes this 90% of this energy within our sample. That was the mega consumer. Yeah. So we can classify old versus young or really large firm or small firm. It's quite robust to those kind of like classifications as well. And Eric, he asked really tough questions. I need more time to answer all of those. But to this substitution effect, so yes, it might be there, but you know, in our regression results, we are not only have price, but quantity. But if you believe the theory, if I increase the prices, you decrease the consumption. But I see that the expenditure is decreasing. So this means there is some elasticity of substitution happening at the firm level. So we can discuss how causal those are, but we are aware of that type of like analysis that we might come up with. Yeah.
Thank you, Fatih. We're out of time. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Martin, you're up. And Martin's going to talk about a mission-adjusted total productivity. So go for it.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for staying, and to the organizers for putting our paper on the program. Let me start with a graph that everyone in this room has seen before. This is a moving average of productivity growth for America. For Europe, it looks even worse, right? But historically, U.S. productivity growth was growing at about 1.5% per year. But since the mid-2000s, American productivity growth has fallen and has averaged less than 0.5% per year. So there's been a marked slowdown of productivity growth. And this has been a prime policy concern over the past 10 years. Right? It's one of the reasons that we're here, is to talk about this big slowdown of productivity growth. And entire government departments have been founded to try and resolve this. What is maybe less on people's radar is that in the same time frame, there's been a big reduction in the carbon intensity of production. This graph here plots the billions of metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions for the US. They were peaking around the mid-2000s, around the same time as a slowdown of productivity growth, and they've fallen significantly since. So in absolute terms, American emissions have fallen by about 23%. Emissions intensity, so emissions divided by GDP, has fallen by 40%. Right? So we've become much better at producing in an emissions unintense way. Now, standard productivity statistics do not take carbon dioxide into account. And in this paper, we argue that you should, because if emissions today are lower, in a way, you're producing in a way that is less taxing on the future. Right? So if we want to define efficiency as how much utility or how much welfare do we get out of a bundle of inputs, then if we produce in a more emissions-efficient way, that's something that we'd want productivity to capture. So the aim of this project is to come up with a rigorous way of formalizing that. Right? What would a Chicago school economist, right, what would be a measure of productivity that takes these things into account? What would they accept? Right? So we can ask Chad, but after the talk, you have to let me present it first, Chad. Okay, right. So that's the motivation. You have these opposite trends in productivity growth and the carbon intensity of production. And I showed you plots for the US, but the patterns in Europe look very similar. So we'd want to put this in a measure for productivity because we want efficiency to tell us something about how good we are at producing utility. So in this paper, we're going to propose a measure of emissions-adjusted total effective productivity, TFPE. We're going to define TFPE as the marginal effect of inputs on the present value of consumption, right? Taking the long damage, the long shadow of climate damages into account. And we're going to do that in a way that really builds on a long literature of trying to combine the analysis of the macroeconomy with the environment. We're going to derive an expression for TFPE in very standard frameworks that build on seminal references like Nordhaus 1992. We're going to have a very general model that is actually going to nest the standard literature, standard papers in the literature. Now it turns out that adjusting productivity for emissions is straightforward. So when we started this project, we thought we're going to have to estimate production functions, we're going to have to specify damage functions, we have to think about how quickly carbon depreciates in the atmosphere. And it turns out for the kind of exercise that we want to do, you don't need to do that. And the reason is that there is a sufficient statistic that you can use to capture the productivity effects of carbon emissions, and that's the social cost of carbon. The social cost of carbon is defined as the present value change in consumption from a marginal unit of emissions, and it turns out that is the only extra variable you need to adjust productivity for carbon emissions. Calculating the social cost of carbon is hard, but it's a very frequently estimated object in the macro climate literature because it's the optimal Pigouvian tax. So if you want to tax carbon efficiently, you should tax it at the social cost of carbon. So we have estimates for this, and we can give you series for productivity adjusted for emissions, and these series are going to be valid conditional on those estimates of the social cost of carbon. So what do we find? Well, historically, estimates of the social cost of carbon have been quite low. What we're going to find is that for traditional low estimates for the social cost of carbon, emissions-adjusted total effective productivity is roughly equal to TFP. That's an interesting null result in the sense that you can interpret that as saying that under those estimates of the social cost of carbon, the welfare benefits of slightly raising traditional productivity just dwarf the cost of climate change. Right? So if those are the kind of social cost of carbon that you're comfortable using in cost-benefit analysis, don't worry about climate change, right? The macro effects are just too small. However, over time, our assessments of the climate damages involved with emissions are growing, and we now have estimates of the social cost of carbon that are up to $1,000 per metric ton. Now, for those types of social cost of carbon, we're going to find that over time, productivity growth in a country like the US is actually not slowing down, but it's slightly accelerating. There's not been a slowdown in productivity growth. So I can talk about contribution afterwards. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus just on the results in the paper. It's going to be a few slides of maths, and I'm going to show you a couple of results. But I do want to say we've put all of the data online. So if you want to work with this series, if you want to plot it for your own country, this is all on my website. It's all there. So we're going to derive a framework that, as I said, is something that Chicago school economists are going to be quite comfortable with. It's going to be very neoclassical. So for now, let's start with a global economy, and then we're going to talk about how you should measure TFPE at the country level. But for now, let's start with a global economy. So we're going to think of an economy that has an output level YT, has carbon dioxide emissions ET, and has a stock of past emissions ST. Now, in line with the climate macro literature, we're going to assume that the production function looks as follows. YT, so output, is a function of some productivity shifter, A. It's going to be a function of all of the inputs that we use in production. So that fancy K here is a vector of inputs. So think physical capital, intangible capital, different types of labor. That's all part of that K. And then there's some damage that is done by climate change. So that D there is called the damage function, and that was the real innovation by Nordhaus. That's what he won the Nobel Prize for. So that is a function of the stock of past emissions. So if there's more emissions in the atmosphere, it's going to negatively affect output by lowering that damage term in the function. We're going to make one key assumption on output, right? So output is either spent on consumption by households or governments, or it's going to be spent on investment goods, and the P times I there is the relative price of investment goods times investments. And the only assumption, and that's going to matter in a moment, is we're going to assume that that price is efficient. So that price is going to be such that on the margin, we're indifferent between spending more on consumption or spending more in investment. So the social planner is happy with how much we're investing. We're going to assume that emissions are a byproduct of production, right? So the phi here tells us how emissions efficient we can produce, and this is a very standard functional form that nests what is used in Nordhaus 1992. Finally, preferences. We're just going to say that the household cares about the present value of consumption. We have extensions in the paper where we're going to have concave utility, but to stick with standard productivity measures, we're not going to talk about that in the baseline, because normally we define productivity as how efficient are we at producing output with inputs, and not how efficient are we at producing utility. Right? So that's why we have the present value of consumption there. So, what's productivity? Yeah, please, Erik.
There's something implicit about assuming that the D is multiplicative on Y, so that has the same effect on consumption goods and investments. I mean, you could put it in the utility function, and then
I'll get there.
Rather than investment.
Absolutely. So this is the standard way that the macro climate literature does it, but I'm going to come exactly to that in one of the extensions if I have time. But this is part of the paper, so you can model it both ways. Turns out you get the exact same expression for TFPE, so it doesn't matter for everything that I'm going to tell you. So what is productivity? Right. So we're going to define standard productivity, TFP, the thing that you all came here for, as if you give me a bundle of inputs, how much output do I produce? So in the context of our framework, that's AT times D of ST. So what it means is that the stock of past climate damages is already part of how we normally measure productivity, right? It's already there. We're going to define TFPE, so emissions adjusted productivity, not as how much output do I get with a bundle of inputs, but what's the effect of an extra bundle of inputs on the present value of my utility, of the present value of my consumption. And in a moment, I'm going to tell you that in the absence of climate damages, that is TFP. Okay? This thing is what we normally measure if we measure TFP in the absence of climate damages, but it's going to come on the next slide. So what is that big total derivative? Well, if I use more inputs, part of that we're going to consume, right? So the first term on the right here is, if we have more inputs, how much do we consume, and how much does more consumption add to the present value of consumption? Second term is the same for investment. Part of the extra goods is going to be used to produce investment goods, and investment goods contribute to utility as well. And finally, there's a term for emissions. If there's higher emissions, right, as a result of producing more, that's going to increase the level of emissions in the economy, and that's going to affect the present value of consumption, either directly because there is going to be the stock of damage in the future, or because of indirect effects, right? If there's lower productivity because of higher emissions, that's going to affect the capital accumulation by firms, and all of these facts are part of that derivative there at the end. So the only difficult slide of today is going to be the next one, where I'm going to show you that those first two terms are just TFP. Those first two terms are what we normally want to measure with productivity. Why is that? Well, let's see how it simplifies. So remember, V is the present value of consumption. The effect of a unit of consumption on the present value of consumption is 1, right? That's obvious. But the tricky thing is that actually the second partial derivative, so the effect of investment goods on the present value of consumption, is also 1. right? And that just follows from the envelope theorem, right? On the margin, if investment goods are efficiently priced, on the margin, we don't care about whether the next dollar is going to be spent on consumption or whether it's going to be spent on the investments. So for our calculation, we just have to rely on the envelope theorem, so it's a first-order approximation. But there's old work by Weizmann, 1976, a famous paper about the welfare relevance of the national accounts, that it actually extends this under more restrictive assumptions beyond the first order. But we're going to just rely on the welfare theorem here. So those two derivatives are both 1. So the first two orange terms becomes, if I get more inputs, what happens with the sum of my consumption and investments? And that's just traditional GDP, right? So the first term, that delta Y over delta F, that's just TFP, right? So TFPE, the effect of a bundle of inputs on the present value of consumption, is TFP plus this damage term to account for environmental damages. So I can replace that first derivative with TFP, and then I'm just stuck with that extra derivative over there. Now, you might think that this is a very hard to calculate derivative, but we're going to see that there is a sufficient statistic, the social cost of carbon. So first, the effect of a bundle of inputs on emissions, that's the phi that we introduced in the framework, and we can just write phi as a function of observed emissions and observed GDP. So we don't even have to measure that phi. We can just infer it from the ratio of emissions to GDP, from emissions intensity. So that's going to make our life easier in a moment. The other term, the big derivative there, is in English, is just the effect of emissions on the present value of consumption. And that's how we define, like in the textbook, right? That's how we define the social cost of carbon. And when people estimate the social cost of carbon, say from the effect of weather changes or temperature changes on the path of consumption, this is the thing that they're estimating, right? So it's consistent with people like Adrian Bilal, Deo Kanzik's estimates. So you can just plug those in for that big derivative and then calculate TFPE. Right? So I can rewrite this function to write it as TFP plus the sort of phi I can write as TFP times emissions intensity, emissions over GDP, and I can replace the final derivative with the social cost of carbon at time t. Right? So if I group terms, it turns out that TFPE is very easy to estimate. I just need TFP. I need emissions over GDP, very easy to observe for many countries, and I need an estimate of the social cost of carbon. So far, this is for the global level, right? So obviously, we care about productivity at the country level, right? But it turns out that change is actually quite straightforward to make, right? So the tricky thing with calculating productivity adjusted for emissions at the local level is that global emissions are going to affect domestic consumption, and domestic emissions are gonna affect global emissions. So when you calculate TFPE, you basically have two choices. So we're gonna have to make some assumption on what is in the utility function of the domestic households. Does the domestic economy care about the effect that it has on the world, or does it not? Now, in climate policy, the norm is to assume that we internalize our global externality. Right? The assumption is, when we're thinking about climate change, that we internalize the fact that if we emit more, we care about the damage that it does to others. If not, right, and let's be clear what that means, a country like the one that we are in now, right, or most of Scandinavia, even the UK, especially Canada, have a negative social cost of carbon. So it is welfare enhancing, right, for Baltic states to have climate change. And it's because the increase in temperature makes it more feasible to produce here. In England, we're going to have tourism on the south, and we're going to grow wine. Right? So for climate change to be macroeconomically costly, you need to assume that you internalize the fact that lower middle income countries are the ones that are being damaged. So subject to that assumption, nothing changes in the calculation. We can calculate TFPE the same way as before. And here, we're going to have the effect of my emissions on global consumption. That's how we normally define the social cost of carbon. So in that case, the equation doesn't change at all. We can... Conceptually, there's no issue with not making that assumption. So we can also say, look, we're not going to care about the global cost of carbon. We just care about the domestic cost of carbon. Right? So in that case, instead of global consumption, the derivative here is with respect to domestic consumption. Okay, so this is called the domestic cost of carbon. There's been one US government that has had this as official policy, and it was the US government between 2016 and 2021. Okay, but the norm is not to have this as your definition of climate damages. So we have a bunch of extensions in the paper that in the interest of time I'm not going to talk about. But so one of them, Eric, is we show that if there are non-consumption utility damages of climate change, so say we don't care about macroeconomic losses in the world, but we care about, say, migration as a result. right? Or we care about old age mortality, which correlates well with the number of warm days. If you include these in your social cost of carbon, you get the exact same expression for productivity. It's just what is in that social cost of carbon is different. Okay, so we show a bunch of other things. In the interest of time, I'm just going to click through the slides, but the paper is online and you can check things there. So let's talk about how we quantify TFPE in the data. Remember, what we need is TFP, emissions over GDP, and the social cost of carbon. So for TFP, what we're going to use is the Penroll table, because you have this from many countries. That's also where we're going to get GDP. There's one judgment call that we have to make, and that's with emissions. So what I'm going to argue in a few slides is that once we adjust for emissions intensity, the slowdown of productivity in advanced economies has been much weaker than we initially feared. But there has been some outsourcing of emissions from advanced economies towards developing countries or towards middle-income countries like China. So when we calculate emissions, we're going to use trade-adjusted emissions. So if European consumers are now importing some of their emissions from China, we're going to call that part of the European emissions. And in the appendix of the paper, we have a theoretical motivation for why that's the correct adjustment to make. In practice, though, I think people don't realize this. The vast reason that we've seen a reduction of emissions in advanced economies is actually because of a reduction in the emissions intensity of production. It's not because of imported emissions from countries like China. Please.
Just for TFP, also for the imports, so not use the Penroll table of value-added TFP, but actually gross out the TFP and take into account the quality of the imports. Kind of using the same stuff that you're doing with consumption-based emissions, you should also do with your TFP.
We should talk about that. So today I'm just going to show an American result, and in America is by first order closed economy. Yeah. So this is not a serious consideration, but we can talk about this. The advantage is this is so easy to calculate that you can do it on a spreadsheet. So if you have a different productivity series that you want to do this for, we can easily do that. Okay. So let me not show you what the path of emissions is. Let me tell you which social cost of carbon that we're going to estimate TFPE for. So we're going to use two values. One is going to be, say, the highest rigorous estimates of the social cost of carbon out there in the literature, and it's the one by Bilal and Kansik, 2025. So they estimate that in 2017 US dollars, carbon emissions currently have a social cost of carbon of $923. So that means that if you're flying from a flight in an A350 from London to Boston burns about 300 kilograms of carbon. So what this tells you is that the optimal Pigouvian tax for that one-way flight in economy from Boston to London would be $300 per seat. So that's the kind of magnitude that we're talking about. So even though we think of this as high, it's potentially not a crazy estimate of the social cost of carbon. We're also going to estimate it from a meta-analysis of $250 based on more broad previous work. And we're going to see that even for this estimate, which is not a low estimate of the social cost of carbon, by the way, there are very reasonable people that say the social cost of carbon is more like $50. We're going to find that even for these estimates, the social cost of carbon, the productivity adjustment is not going to be too large. For even lower values of the social cost of carbon, TFPE is going to be roughly equal to TFP. That has a very natural interpretation, right? It means that if that's the kind of social cost of carbon that you're using in climate cost-benefit analysis, right? Productivity growth is just of a different order of magnitude of importance, right? The welfare benefits of productivity growth dwarf those of climate change. So there's a lot of results in the paper. There's decompositions. I'm just going to show you one graph, and then I'm out of time, and we'll go to the discussant. I'm just going to show you what the path of American TFP is like compared to TFP. So here I'm plotting American TFP around this 2005 slowdown, right? So the blue line is traditionally measured TFP, which is a big slowdown around 2005. The orange line is emissions adjusted TFP, right, at this $250 social cost of carbon. So as you see in the 1990s, right, there was lower productivity growth because emissions intensity was rising. More recently, there's higher productivity growth. Now, as you increase the social cost of carbon, that adjustment becomes bigger, to the point that at the highest feasible estimates of the social cost of carbon, there has not been a slowdown of productivity growth. If anything, productivity growth has accelerated over time. Okay? So in the paper, we do this for many other countries. We decompose this. All of the data sets are online, so I'm going to skip through these final results. And let me just tell you the punchline of this paper. Right? If you want to define productivity as how good, how efficient are we at producing present value of consumption. In that case, you'll want to adjust productivity for changes in emissions, and we offer a simple framework for you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Very nice. Suresh, you're up.
Thanks a lot. Thanks to the organizers to giving me the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper. I think when you want to discuss a paper, one of the important questions that you need to ask from yourself is, would I be happy if I would have written this paper? And my answer is yes. It would have been super. It's a great paper with two key contributions. It uses a model which has similar features to an integrated assessment model, and they drive a new measure of emissions-adjusted TFP that takes into account how emissions today is going to affect consumption tomorrow. And then the authors take it to the data, and then they show that actually emissions-adjusted TFP and TFP can have very different dynamics, and there are a lot of differences across countries. And these differences are primarily driven by changes in emission intensities. So in the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to start with a close look at emissions-adjusted TFP, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the decomposition that I think can be incorporated into this analysis very easily, and then to look into what is the sources driving changes in emission intensity and contributing into variation in emission-adjusted total factor. So here, let me briefly show you emissions-adjusted total factor productivity that equals TFP times a factor, which is 1 minus emission intensity times social cost of carbon. So, but just looking at this equation, you can see that if social cost of carbon is equal to 0, these are equal. TFP and emissions-adjusted TFP are equal. But given that our social cost of carbon is not equal to 0, there is going to be a wedge between emission-adjusted TFP and TFP, and to the extent that social cost of carbon is large, that wedge is going to be explained by changes in emission intensity. So this is the graph that Martin showed for the US. You will see that, so the blue is TFP and the green is emissions-adjusted TFP given a very, so social cost of carbon, which is close to around $1,000. And you see that the dynamics is very much, for much of the sample, there's a wedge between them, and towards the end of the sample, actually, emissions-adjusted TFP growth is much higher than TFP growth. And that is mainly driven by declining emission intensity of the US economy. And to clearly show that, the authors actually use a decomposition here, just looking at the difference between the green and the blue, which is the contribution of emission intensity, you will see that towards the end of the sample, despite the fact that still GDP growth continues, so this like there is growth in GDP, but emission doesn't increase much, so that emission intensity decline, and that actually has a positive contribution in emissions-adjusted TFP. And not the same results hold for all the countries. Looking at the upper left, you see that for 2 European countries, the dynamics is very different. You see that so emission-adjusted TFP growth is higher for much of the sample compared to TFP growth. But then looking at Korea and China, you see that actually the pattern is different. So towards the end of the sample, actually TFP growth is higher than emission-adjusted TFP growth. So let me show briefly the decomposition that Martin and co-author do in their paper. So here is very similar to the composition that you do, but I rearranged the terms to make my point a little bit clearer, but there is one another difference here. So instead of separating between contributions of output and contribution of emissions, I'm going to look at only changes in emission intensity. I think, in my view, I think that's the object that we eventually want to look at, changes in emission intensity. So here, on the left-hand side, you have the changes in the growth rate of emission-adjusted TFP and TFP, which I'm going to label G. And that is equal to a factor 1 minus the ratio of this, and sum of the growth rates of emission intensity and growth rate of social cost of carbon. So in the paper, the growth rate of social cost of carbon is set equal to 2.1%. So you can see that most of the variation in the wedge between the growth rates is actually driven by changes in growth rates of emission intensity. So moving forward, I think it would be very interesting to look into what is driving changes in emission intensity and how that is contributing to the change, the emission-adjusted TFP growth. So in particular, the sources that I have in mind, so it's like changes in the composition, which is essentially shift from dirty to clean industries, for example, in the case of the US. And the other one is technique effect, improvement in emission intensities within industries. So there's a very nice line of work started from Levinson in 2009. They do it primarily for the US. Shapiro, Walker have very nice papers on that. Primarily on the US, but recently Copeland and Taylor, they do this type of analysis for a lot of countries. So let me show you how it's done. So one of the advantages of this actually going in this direction is that can be incorporated in your analysis without adding any assumption about the framework that you use in order to derive the emission-adjusted TFP. So here, emissions for each country is sum of emissions of different industries. And so I'm multiplying and dividing by the output of each industry, and then again multiplying and dividing by the output of the country, so you get the final expression that I have up there. So here, emission is consumption-based emission. That is a weighted average of direct emissions from all the sectors, and the weights are actually entries of the Lowen-Tierf inverse. It's a multi-country Lowen-Tierf index matrix. So essentially, each of these weights is capturing to produce $1 of output to industry S in country I, how much of input from industry J in industry K in country J would be required. And here for the direct emission, measure of emission, I'm thinking about this like input-output tables, 3 rows related to coal, oil, and natural gas extractions. So that's how with input-output all this can be calculated. So now I'm going to label emission intensity of the sector Z, and I'm going to label emission output share of that industry by theta, and then I'm going to put everything into matrix notation, differentiate, and put it back plug it back into the previous equation, and I'm going to this equation. So I'm going to get 2 terms there. The first term is technique. Essentially what it captures is how changes in emission intensities within industries holding output shares of industries are contributing to this wedge between these two. And the second term is a composition. How change in output shares of industries holding emission intensities are contributing to that. So with this, I think it's very nice to actually ask such questions. What is the role of technical and composition effects driving the dynamics of this? And maybe more interestingly, it would be interesting to look into how much these two, what's the role of this in explaining the differences across countries. So for the US, I would expect that, for example, changes in emission intensity within industries is actually a very important driver, but moving to, for example, for China, shift from clean to dirty in this is actually an important driver. So with that, I'm going to conclude, wrapping up. So I very much enjoy reading the paper. This is a very nice paper that drives the new measures of emission-adjusted TFP and documents large differences in emission-adjusted TFP compared to TFP over time and across countries. And I think it would be instructive to look more into the sources of variation in emission intensity and how they are contributing to emission-adjusted TFP. Thank you.
Thank you, Soros. Let's take some questions from the floor. We can also see the questions from remotely. If you have any, you can put them in the chat. Chad, go for it.
All right, thanks. Is Weitzman 76 the paper that finds net national product as the summary metric for the future? Okay, this paper was reminding me that as you gave it. Good. So my question is, without thinking about the theory, if you asked me to do this exercise, I would like take real value of output, then subtract the damages done by the carbon emissions that went into the real value of output. Just call that like net output or something like that. Does that get you the same thing as what you're doing, or is there some term that I'm missing?
Shall I answer afterwards? Yeah, let's collect a couple of questions. All right, cool. Go for it. We'll collect more questions as they come. Thanks so much to Suresh for a really nice discussion. I think these are excellent suggestions to do this between sector decomposition. I've looked a little bit at sector, so I think the level of TFPE per sector is not that interesting an object to calculate, because there is an input-output matrix there that is quite hard to disentangle, because a lot of the emissions directly actually come from the energy sector, right? But even then, right, you can probably make some attempt of correcting attributing emissions to the right sector within the US, and then to do the within-between sector decomposition, I think would be super interesting. My prior would also be that it's mostly happening within sector, right? There's not been this dramatic reallocation since 2005 in economic activity, although since the 1970s this can look very different, I suppose. So Chet, yeah, Weizmann 76 is saying, right, that net output, so not GDP, but GDP net of depreciation, is like the annuity value of welfare. So it gives you, it's basically the flow of present, it's equivalent to the present value of consumption that you're going to get out of it. It has a very simple intuition that it's just that if investment goods are competitively priced, that price is going to encode.
Right?
Sorry?
It's the same envelope theorem condition.
No, that's the thing. So that's actually what the whole point of the paper is. It's not just the envelope, because the envelope condition just holds on the margin, right? But for that to expand beyond the first order is as if the marginal rate of transformation between investment and capital goods will be the same regardless of how much you switch between consumption and investment, right? So while on the margin that price might capture the MRST, right? It's clear that you couldn't efficiently change all investment into consumption, right? You can't eat all of the planes today or change the cookies into planes. But yeah, so Weizmann shows that this annuity logic is what holds beyond the first order, but it's not the same as what we use. So we rely on milder conditions than Weizmann does. So yeah, so an alternative. So there's this. It's usually called green GDP, right? It's like, what if you just take GDP and you subtract the social cost of carbon, right, multiplied by emissions, and you subtract that, right? So it's not quite the same derivation as ours, because the empirical motivation is that, like with Weizmann net national product, you would want to remove the depreciation of natural capital done by emissions. You want to remove the value of that from GDP. It's not the exact same, because in our framework there were two ways in which the emissions affect the present value of consumption. One is this depreciation of natural capital, in the sense that there's this damage function that goes down. There's also an indirect effect, which is that if your productivity, because of lower natural capital, declines, there's also going to be less capital accumulation, right, or human capital accumulation. And that indirect effect in the data turns out to actually explain the biggest chunk of this reduction in the present value of consumption after an increase in temperatures. However, right, if you would calculate a social cost of carbon that takes both this indirect and this direct effect into account, and you use that to subtract climate damages, so you're not just subtracting natural capital from GDP, the losses to that, but also some proxy for this indirect effect, like that remainder, if you calculate a solar residual for that, is the exact same expression as ours. Right? So that is not like the usual integrated assessment model, but it turns out to yield the exact same expression for TFP. Alessandro?
Just one more question. So we didn't see any risk aversion, right? So in this, we showed the results just taking the discounted future values of consumption, and there's no utility. But I think there's a large literature that stresses the fact that climate change may increase the probability of extreme events, and so introduce a wedge in the variance of future streams of income. And so maybe at that point, then it has an impact on discounted utility now. So I wonder if in that case it starts playing a role.
So it's a great point, and we deal with this in the paper. So if you, instead of defining the V in what I just showed you, if you don't define it as a present value of consumption, but you define it as the present value of utility with concave utility, risk aversion, whatever you like, in that case, if you want to get a measure of productivity, the only extra step you have to make in our calculation is you have to divide today's output by the marginal utility of consumption. It's a standard trick that we do in this literature to get a measure of productivity that is not in utils, but that is in consumption terms. Now, if you apply that to our methodology, you get an expression for TFP that is identical to ours, but instead of having this sequence of betas as your stochastic discount factor, the stochastic discount factor is going to be pinned down by the marginal utilities between t plus s and time t. So we basically nest that as a special case where you force a particular value of the stochastic discount factor.
Thank you, Martin. We're out of time. Round of applause. We will move to the next session. Aurelia and Jose, you're up.
So last but not least, the fifth session, academic session of today is on structural resilience and technological adaptation. And Jose is already getting on stage. He will be the moderator and the chair of the session. And then I would like to invite Lucas as a presenter. So thanks and enjoy.
All right, thanks so much for having me and inviting me to speak. So I think we heard a lot about TFP and competitiveness, and we also heard a lot about specialization, and that's actually exactly what this paper is about. So it's titled Industrial Specialization and Regional Growth. And I'm going to start off with this general conventional economic wisdom that we've also heard about a lot today, which is that industrial specialization is usually beneficial. And so what is industrial specialization? It's the concentration of economic activity across a few industries. And so we often think of this as being beneficial because trade theory tells us there are inter-regional gains to be had from comparative advantages and doing what you're good in, but also intra-regionally we often think of productivity gains that we can get from specializing by having knowledge spillovers or the so-called agglomeration effects. However, historically, if we think about regions, we often see that once thriving, highly industrialized hubs have often faced severe declines. And so some examples of these are well known, such as the Rust Belt in the US, the Rhine-Ruhr area in Germany, Birmingham in UK, and I think there are also other places that we know of. And these places are really subject to somewhat long-lasting crises and declines. And so what I ask in this paper is, were these regions really just unlucky in specializing, or is there something systematically detrimental about being industrial specialized? Specifically, I'm going to ask about what the role is of industrial specialization for explaining economic fortunes, and I'm going to focus on the direct effect of industrial specialization on growth, and then I'm also going to try to answer what the optimal degree of specialization is given its effects on growth. So really, what do I do in this paper? I know this is usually, or this has been mostly about Europe, or about Europe and only, but I'm going to focus in my empirical facts on the US, and I'm going to derive 3 empirical facts about the US regional growth since 1950. However, I think that many of the results also can be transferred to the European setting or a more global setting in general, and then the model will be applicable to any kind of interregional area. So the 3 facts that I'm going to derive empirically, the first one is that I find that highly specialized regions are rich in the short run, but have lower long-run growth. And I title this the specialization trade-off, where at every point in time it's very beneficial to being super specialized because you get really good at what you do and you learn from what you're doing, and you have productivity gains that really make you the best at what you're doing and what you specialize in. However, in the long run, it seems to be somewhat detrimental because if you put all your eggs, so to say, in one basket and that one industry declines, you might be too dependent on it and go down with the industry. The second fact I'm going to show is that regional specialization in the US co-moves with relative income. So over time, we see that places that used to be diversified and poor now become, or over time have become rich and more specialized, or vice versa. Those regions that were super specialized in 1950 and relatively rich, over time have declined and at the same time also diversified. So there's a dynamic relationship in which your specialization co-moves with your relative income within a country, or I assume also globally. And the third fact is about specialization at the region industry level. And here I look at the specialization of a region in a certain industry, and I find that this specialization is highly persistent. And so what I mean by this is that if you're the biggest car producer in 1950, you're still very likely to be the biggest car producer in the US today, although perhaps the car industry on aggregate has declined. All right, now given these three facts, I'm going to move to theory, and I'm going to try to formalize the trade-off between the benefits and the risk of specialization theoretically. And so here I think of the benefits of specialization as coming from agglomeration. And what this agglomeration is going to do at every point in time, being highly specialized is going to raise productivity, and that's going to increase your income through this agglomeration spillovers that just imply that your productivity grows with the size of an industry. Okay? Now, on the other hand, there are risks connected to being specialized, and the first risk is that the more specialized you are in a certain industry, the more you are exposed to an industry shock, right? So the greater your exposure is to any industry-specific decline. But also, the more specialized you are, the more costly and the more long-lasting any adjustment is going to take after the decline. And that's going to be captured by adjustment costs that are going to imply that the more specialized you are, in response to an adverse shock to the industry, it's going to take a long time and be very costly to reallocate factors to other industries. In the model, I'm also going to augment this kind of real side of the economy with a financial amplification and propagation that's going to exacerbate the effects of an adverse shock to an industry. And so here what's going to happen is that if you're overly specialized, and you want that you can specialize and you can invest in factors by borrowing against the collateralized assets. And what's going to happen is that a shock to an industry is going to decline your value of your collateralized assets precisely at the time when you want to invest in order to move the factors from one sector to the other. And so this credit crunch is going to further decline and further long last the reallocation time that's going to be needed to move your region out of the specialization. And so overall, you're going to be trapped with this declining industry, and it's going to be very costly for you to get out of this. In the theory, I'm also going to, I'm not sure how much time I'll have for this today, but I'm going to also define the constraint efficient degree of specialization, where the planner is going to trade off the agglomeration externality, and that's going to want him or incentivize him to actually increase the specialization, where also on the other hand, the planner is going to take into account that once you're hit by an adverse shock and that's going to lead to a credit crunch, there's a hard risk of being over-specialized, and the planner is going to trade off these benefits and risks and then derive the optimal degree of specialization depending on your current level of specialization. All right, and then in the final part, I'm going to briefly talk about quantification. So I'm going to measure the relevance of specialization for growth. And I'm going to find that the efficient regional specialization in 1950, so if you place a social planner, let's say in Detroit or in any city in 1950, he can raise welfare by implementing the efficient degree of specialization by 1.2 to 2.8%, depending on the region and the city that we look at. I'm also going to find that this investment amplification mechanism can actually account for 41% of the specialization effect on growth. So this is another contribution on the financial side of things where I can show that these investment amplifiers really have impact on long-lasting growth. Okay? All right. I'm going to skip the contribution. I'm happy to talk about it afterwards. I'm going to dive right into the empirical results. So as I said, I look at the US and I divide the US into 700 commuting zones that I just take off the shelf, and I look at the last 70 years. And then I'm going to combine 3 data sources. I'm going to use the US population census, which is a decennial representative sample of income, work, industry, demography measures. Crucially, it also tells me the location. I have county business pattern data that gives me the county industry aggregates for every region, and I also use the housing census to get the value of land units. How do I define specialization? So again, that's the concentration of economic activity across industries. And I'm going to follow the literature and define this as the Gini coefficient on county-level income shares by 3-digit industries. So what do I mean by this? For every county or for every labor market, for every commuting zone in the US, I'm going to compute the income shares for every industry, and then I'm going to compute the Gini coefficient on these income shares. And so what this is going to tell me is that if a region, if a labor market has a Gini coefficient of 1, it's fully specialized and all the income is generated within one industry. If the Gini coefficient is 0, then this economy is fully diversified. Now, crucially, this measure is robust to using other measures such as the Herfindahl index or other variables like employment and value added. Okay, coming to the first fact, the crucial fact, which is the specialization trade-off, which I'm going to show that highly specialized regions are rich in the short run but have lower long-run growth. How am I going to show this? I'm going to run a very simple regression over the last 70 years. Where on the left-hand side I have the dependent variable by region, which is either going to be income in 1950, relative income in 1950, or relative income growth over the next 70 years. And I'm going to regress that on specialization, on industrial specialization in 1950. Now, of course, there are many confounding factors that can play a role here. One set of factors I'm going to control for includes all the set of controls that we usually think of when we think of determinants of long-run growth, such as the initial income level, the population size of the region, the high-skilled share, the demography measures, the share of female workers, or whether that place is in the, located in the Rust Belt. Now, a second kind of measure I'm going to take into account is, well, perhaps being specialized in 1950 goes hand in hand with being specialized in certain industries that are subject to structural change. But I don't want to make a claim just about structural change. I want to be able to say, given your exposure to structural change, how much does it matter how specialized you were across different industries? Okay? In order to control for this, I'm going to use the shift share instrument that follows this well-known shift share instrument literature, where I'm going to compute the exposure to structural change by using the shift share instrument and thereby account for the effect of structural change given your initial industrial composition. Okay? And so doing this allows me to go beyond just the effect of structural change and really being able to say, well, given your exposure to structural change, how much does it matter how specialized you were across, or how concentrated your economic activity was across different industries for your relative growth over the next 70 years? All right. Now, now what I'm going to show you is the coefficient on the specialization. And first, I'm going to show this for the initial income in 1950. So here we see the relative income in 1950 of commuting zones relative to the initial relative specialization. And we see this relationship that the more specialized you are relatively, the richer you are in 1950. And I highlight here a few cities throughout this presentation, and also in the paper I'm going to use 2 major examples. Oh my God, I'm really low on time. All right. I'm going to use 2 major examples, Dayton and Rochester. Dayton in Ohio was super specialized in cash registers and was very, very heavily specialized in just one industry. It was very rich in 1950 and declined afterwards. Rochester, on the other side, was diversified across different industries in 1950 already, had manufacturing, had the healthcare services sector. By the way, this is Rochester, Minnesota. Rochester, Minnesota? Yeah, yeah. I should have an M in. Yeah. So it's Minnesota. And, but afterwards has been able to actually catch up on growth a lot because it wasn't dragged down by just having manufacturing. So the right-hand side is the opposite thing. So here I plot the relative income growth over the next 70 years relative to your initial industrial specialization. And here we see exactly this trade-off that the more specialized you were, the richer you were in 1950, but you lower your long-run growth over the next 70 years. All right, I'm going to briefly go over the second fact, which is how relative specialization changes over time and whether it co-moves with income also over time. And really the goal here for this second fact to check is I want to characterize the dynamic relationship and observe how regions move in the distribution of both specialization and relative income. Now, crucially, these dynamics can be highly nonlinear, so what I do is I'm going to run a non-parametric regression that gives me the chance of having a non-parametric relationship between specialization and income at every point in time. And the result I plot here, so this is at every point in time, the relationship between being specialized and being rich, or being specialized and your relative income, and we see that this follows kind of an S shape. And now I'm going to illustrate the way that regions move among this distribution by following this example of Dayton, which, again, I said, Dayton in 1950 was highly specialized in manufacturing and was relatively rich. And over time, as Dayton declined in relative income, it also became more relatively diversified. And the opposite is true for Rochester, Minnesota, which was highly diversified in 1950 and relatively poor. And over time, as it became richer, it also became more specialized. Okay? I'm going to briefly jump to the third fact, which is that specialization at the industry region level is highly persistent. And what I mean by that is that places that were, if you're relatively specialized in one industry in 1950, regardless of how that industry on aggregate performs over the next 70 years, you're very likely to be still specialized in that industry today. So if you were car manufacturing in 1950, you're still the biggest car manufacturer in the US, let's say in 1950, you're still very likely to be the biggest car manufacturer today, although car manufacturing may have declined. And this is what I'm going to show. In the interest of time, I just want to explain what this shows. So this is the persistence of your ranking, of your relative ranking in terms of specialization in a certain industry over time. And we see there's a clear, significant relationship where the persistence measures on the y-axis and the horizons on the x-axis. So even over 70 years, we see, and I show this for tradable and non-tradable industries, even over 70 years, we see there's a significant relationship between your ranking in a certain industry in 1950 and today. And just in terms of effect size, what I can show is that a 1% increase in your relative ranking in a certain industry in 1950 implies a 0.57% increase in the ranking today. Okay. Briefly, what did I show in terms of empirics? I think there's three key facts. Highly specialized regions are rich initially, but have lower long-run growth. That's the specialization trade-off. This seems to be co-moving with regional income dynamically over time. But at the region industry level, this is highly persistent. Now, this is robust to a number of extensions. Let's move to the model. And within the last 4 minutes, I'm going to try to really just nail down the intuition of the model and see what we can do with it. And so I want to specialize this trade-off, and then I'm going to maybe give some numbers, but I think that's going to be it for today. So the environment, I'm going to think of an economy that consists of a number of individuals that operate directly. And for today, I'm just going to assume that there's only one factor, capital. Okay? And there are going to be multiple industries that produce a single final good C. And these industries are going to differ in 3 dimensions. At first, every industry is going to have a stochastic, industry-specific productivity process. So today, you don't know which industry will be high or low tomorrow, okay, in terms of productivity. The second thing that I'm going to use is I'm going to say there's an industry-specific agglomeration strength. So there are some industries that are very, very much subject to agglomeration and that drive up productivity a lot. And there are other industries that do less so, but in general, greater specialization therefore implies greater income. And then finally, I'm going to say that there are convex capital adjustment costs, and that's going to imply that there's persistence to specialization. So once you've specialized in an industry, once you've allocated your capital, it's going to be costly to move that capital to a different industry, and these costs are going to rise disproportionately with the degree of specialization. I also introduce a financial amplification and propagation of shocks, which I'm going to skip over for now. But in the paper, I'm going to show that if you have investment if you have investment into factors and this investment is debt financed, then depending on your specialization, you're very much subject to a credit crunch if the industry that you're specialized in is hit by a negative shock that drives down the value of your machines, drives down the value of your collateral. That implies that you're less able to borrow, and that implies that you're less able to invest in removing your factors from one industry to the other. Okay. This is the individual problem. I'm going to boil it down to 2 key decisions that individuals face. On the one hand, there's a portfolio allocation decision. So at every point in time, individuals choose how to allocate their capital across sectors. And the second key decision individuals face is how much to borrow to invest. I'm going to jump over this. I'm just going to talk about the role of specialization, so the intuition. I think the role of specialization can be formulated in 2 ways. There are static effects of specialization that happen at every point in time, and that is that it increases productivity and income through the agglomeration, but at the same time it increases your exposure. There are also dynamic effects where in response to a negative shock to your industry, it's going to take time and it's going to be costly to adjust because of the convex adjustment costs. Financial amplification is going to exacerbate these dynamics because, as I mentioned before, the value of your capital, the value of machines declines if the industry that you're specialized in is hit by a negative shock. Yes, please.
Quick clarifying question.
Yeah.
What makes areas different in the model?
So in this model, each area is a small open economy, and there are no spillovers. Yeah. So capital is region specific, and there's no labor. And if you're highly specialized, you're subject to, and your industry of specialization is hit by negative shock, that implies there's a credit crunch and you cannot invest into other industries as easily, and that's going to amplify and propagate the effect. Okay, never mind. What do I want to show? I think the key thing I want to show is that this is one of the key results of the paper. So what I show here is, again, the specialization trade-off, but in one graph. Notice that with higher initial industrial specialization in 1950, your relative income increases in 1950, and that's the green line, and my model matches that exactly by default. But then I simulate the economy for a number of different different economies with different initial specialization and see how much of the actual heterogeneity and growth of the next 70 years I can explain by the model, explain by the degree of specialization in 1950 and this financial amplifier. And that's the red line that is covering around almost 50% of the total heterogeneity in growth, in long-run growth across US regions, can be captured by the degree of industrial specialization and this financial amplifier. And yeah, I'm going to stop it here. So these were the three key empirical takeaways. I'm trying to formalize this specialization trade-off in a theory where there are static and dynamic benefits and risks of being specialized, and I quantify that in a larger model. There are many more quantification exercises in the paper, but I'm going to leave it at that and say thank you very much.
Tomas.
Thank you, Lucas. So it seems I am the last barrier between you and your weekend, so I will be very quick. So this morning we learned that Lithuania is specializing on biotech, right? We learned that being specializing in everything means specializing in anything, right? Lucas in this paper quantified the cost of this specialization and of this industrial and regional specialization. Before to go in detail, let me say it's a really great paper by a job market candidate this year, really well executed. So I think I wish you all the best because you really have a great profile, great paper, and you will do great, I'm sure. So Lucas presented three facts, right? The first one is highly specialized regions are richer, but experience lower growth in the long run. And I think it's the one I was more surprised with. The second fact, you didn't mention much in the presentation. I don't know if it still holds, but specialization within tradable industry account for most of the decline, of the long run decline that you observe. And then as place grow, they become more specialized. Now, we know, right, the benefit of specialization. You discussed also the risk of specialization, and in particular, this credit crunch and financial amplification of an adverse shock, right? This is, I like to try to think in a portfolio diversification, right? If you invest all your money in a stock, and that stock is hit by a shock, then your portfolio value collapse, right? That's the same intuition, right? If your regions invest and specialize in a particular industry, and that industry there is a shock, right? Then you will suffer because the capital will be less collateralized, and this will amplify the adverse shock. And then you do this with using a dynamic multi-region, multi-industry model. Now, what I really like about this paper is that the facts are very clear, very well motivated. Same is for the trade-off. You did a quite convincing IV in the paper, which is something that you don't often see in a data session that motivates
a model. It's a micro-to-macro paper, highly policy relevant, as we learned this morning. You made quite a good effort in, having a very long time series. You didn't stress this enough. It starts on the 1950, right? 70 years of a time series is quite a lot. I think you could improve a little bit on why you made some choices, right? So I will go back to this later, but yours is not a really full spatial model, right? So is what Martin was mentioning, right? So there is no I was expecting like a Rossi-Ansberg type of model when I read the abstract, and I didn't catch some of the choices. You can perhaps motivate this a bit more. Then it's also not clear to me, because we have some example, right, of specialization that works, right? Silicon Valley, sure, is not in that case of industry, a case of industrial specialization, but there are many examples, biotech, or many examples of specialization that works. And perhaps you can tell a bit more on when a specialization works and what's the benefit of specialization, right? Because in the very long term, right, in 60, 50 years, I will have to pay the cost of that specialization. In many cases, there are governments that they would be happy to pay that cost of specialization, right, for a short-term growth. Also, is not clear, and this is a minor point, but it's not always clear to me how the model works. In some cases, I remember in the paper there is a region invest and region do not invest, right? So companies or families or households, but it wasn't fully clear in the paper. Few comments on the empirical analysis. Sometimes, right, reading the paper, and I close my eyes, I think, okay, but that's a kind of a China shock paper, right? Because many things of the overlaps with, and I'm saying this because 2 years ago I was on the market, and I was on the market with a paper on decline manufacturing, and everyone said, yeah, but it's China shock, right? So try to be a bit more upfront and specific of what is this paper about and how this paper relates with structural change like automation and import competition. I'll be curious to see whether, Rochester or whether the other example you had, what's the degree of automation there, what's the import competition there. I think people could ask for that, and I think that's something you can think about. Another choice I was not fully convinced is that you had your industrial specialization based on income share, right, generated by workers. I was expecting specialization coming from industry, so from firms, meaning output, meaning employment share. And so I'm curious if, so you mentioned this in the presentation, that it also is robust, but there had been a lot going on in the 50 years, so capital deepening, and so I would be curious if, because in many industries, right, you could have that the income share, so the salaries change because that industry moved from from labor to capital, right? And I would be curious to see a bit more discussion on that. Last on the model, right? So this is not a full firm dynamics model, right? So you don't have a endogenous entry and exit, and I think that could generate some confusion, and that could, I think, be elaborated a bit better. Meaning that, for example, if there is a shock on an industry, and that could generate, and then the companies in that industry leave the market because they don't collateralize their capital anymore, that could generate that credit goes to the other companies and other industries, and that could generate creative destruction. So you don't really model this, And I think that's an important channel. And finally, that's a small point on, it's not clear who owns the debt and who owns the, how the capital markets works in your model, and that's related to the creative destruction point, right? Because if that's you can spend some time or some in describing how it works and how the credit is allocated within a region, and because we may have that, you know, banks and capital markets reallocated credit, and so one companies and one industry that shrink will have one companies and or one industry where that receive more credit, and that's, you know, can counter this credit reallocation can counteract. So all to say, yeah, I think I really enjoyed. It's really highly policy relevant. So, and I wish you all the best and good luck.
Okay, we have time for some questions. There are a couple of them.
So one thing I was thinking is, why didn't Tesla go to produce cars where there's a specialized industry? So why didn't they go to Detroit, for example? Most of their plants are anywhere but Detroit. And it would be interesting to see if it's not actually about a particular industry, but maybe there's some particular mix there which says that it's not necessarily specialization in an industry, but there might be some complementarity to it. If it was just specialization, the labor is there, the capital is there, but they never went there. There's the discussant also made a very good point. Why do the other ones work? So if you look at intangibles, London has been able to specialize in financial services, and it took lots of crises before it stopped being specialized in financial services. So it seems not all shocks act the same way. These things would be also very nice to understand further. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks. Great presentation. Thanks. Maybe it's because we went a bit fast there, but I was wondering what is the role in the model of the financial frictions in explaining the effect of locking you into a path of decline in case you're hit by a shock. In other words, if there weren't financial frictions, would it still be a bad thing to be specialized in the long run?
Okay, thank you. So you have 3 minutes and 20 seconds to answer. So.
All right. Yeah, thanks. This is work, yeah. Yeah, thanks so much for the comments, and thanks so much for this great discussion. Really valuable points. I don't even know where to start. So, I mean, first of all, the second factor that the specialization across tradable industries explains most of the current and long-run relative income still holds. It's just in the appendix now. So I think the one interesting point is, like, for some regions it seems to have worked out right, and I think that's fair to say. I think there might be some regions that have specialized in the right industry. Systematically, though, over a long-run horizon, over the last 70 years, it seems that in the data that those places that were most specialized in a certain industry, however, eventually have declined. And so the idea is that yes, perhaps Silicon Valley right now is super specialized, or New York is very specialized in I don't know, finance. But the question is that, well, if finance in 15 years is going to be predominantly done by AI, perhaps there's also a reason now for New York to say we might de-specialize a bit out of finance and go towards something else. The idea is that you don't know which industry is going to be high and which industry is going to be low today, and therefore, given that, you want to not be overly specialized in one certain industry. And so the idea is that perhaps, people in 1950 in Detroit, they also didn't think that, car manufacturing was ever going to decline, and therefore for them, it was a completely rational choice, but perhaps there were some things that weren't taken into account that actually led that over-specialization can be detrimental. On the financing point, I think the pure economics of the model are very, very simple. It's on the static side, you have agglomeration, and that incentivizes you to to specialize more. And then on the dynamic side, you have adjustment costs that mean that it's very costly and long-lasting to adjust once you have specialized. That's all of the economics that you need to understand the specialization trade-off. Now, I introduced finance. I introduced the financing side for three main reasons. One is that quantitatively, just having adjustment costs doesn't get us closely or close enough to what we have to have in order to replicate the massive decline of specialized regions over 70 years. There's evidence for relative prices and also prices of collateralized assets in these regions, for example, Detroit declining massively once they were hit by the negative shock. So if you look at house and land prices, they decline a lot. And if you think that assets are collateralized and you invest against that, then there is a reason for introducing that into the model to generate an additional effect. And that's what I want to say about this. What's the most important thing of the rest? I think on the modeling choices, fair enough. I think in my defense, I think the version you saw of the paper is from April 2025. So much has been done on the paper since then, since I am using this for my job market. There are many modeling decisions I can take at the moment. I try to show this as the most simple version of generating the results. Yes, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you everyone, and I think Javier and Aurelia have some thoughts to share.
Yeah, very quickly. So you guys can enjoy the rest of the day, what's left of today, and so just thank you all very much for joining us, participating, for the lively discussion. Thank you, Chad, for joining us from the US. Thank you for your support over the years. Very much appreciated. Thank you to all the panelists that are still here. Some have already left. Remind you, we have next year, you'll get emails. We have FinPro in April coming up. That will be in Tokyo. Next year we'll do CompNet, the annual CompNet in Brussels. You'll get email invites for that. But with that, thank you so much, of course, to the organizers, to the Bank of Lithuania. Thank you for your gracious hosting, the beautiful venues, the beautiful city. It is not my first time here. I came as a tourist a few years ago. I love this place. So thank you very much for hosting us and all the work. Thank you all very much again. And Aurelia, I'll give it to you to send us off.
Right, so I continue on the thank you line. So thanks for being here. Thanks for joining this great conference. Bank of Lithuania appreciates this connection with CompNet, standing for a long time already, and it's very nice that finally it resulted in a joint conference together. Let me take the opportunity, besides all the things that Javier already shared, to the organizing team that is usually there in the background and we don't see them, but Greta, Rugile, Ingrida, all the technical staff, and also Ilira, Adnan, and Tanya, who was not here, but if you could join me for a round of applause, I think they would appreciate it. And then enjoy the weather. I think for some 4 remaining hours we still have some sunlight and some warmth. If you need some advice of where to go, where to eat, let us know. The locals can help you, can be useful in that. And then have safe trips back home.